Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Phillies continue to roll with a nice win against the Tigers last night, which is why I once again will remind you I said no criticism of the Phillies up until 2 weeks before the trade deadline. Also, is Jalen Hurts good? I can't believe I have to ask that question.
What the
But that's
hell?
because another nitwit asked that question. Johnny the K is back in the saddle today. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
Stars in cities, especially like Philadelphia, they are always on the map, and we should expect more winning out of them.
And we'll go to the Eagles and Jalen Hurts. I am a believer that your best player, I think there is also a responsibility as the team spokesperson.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Tuesday morning, Philadelphia man Salciunas alongside my man Johnny Canada. Johnny, good morning.
I am home
Welcome back.
for the Great White North.
Did you enjoy yourself?
Toronto is spectacular for those who have never done it, or if you haven't done it recently. It had been 2 decades plus for me. We cannot wait to go back to Toronto. Now, we have family there. We have Christina's brother and sister are there.
Okay.
So we have family up in Toronto, a little north of town. But Toronto is amazing.
Yeah.
Frank, it is the nice. How about this? My wife and I said it's the nicest big city that we've been to in our marriage.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Blows away.
That's
I'll tell you
pretty
this.
nice.
I can't think of a big city in America right now that is as nice as Toronto is.
Well, that's nice.
Clean streets, like wide
Oh,
sidewalks.
the photos you pictured
beautiful.
posted were beautiful.
It's a beautiful spot.
That's
It's
great.
Toronto's great.
I'm glad-
Don't go to Niagara Falls.
Yeah, you made that message clear yesterday.
Yeah,
when
don't
you-
go
when
to
you called
Niagara
in.
Falls unless you're trying to punish your kids. Maybe your kids were like C&D students this year, and you don't feel they deserve
Well,
is
is Niagara
World of the
Falls
Beach.
one of the 7 wonders of the world? I don't know these things.
Maybe. Yeah, it might be one of the natural wonders.
I don't think it is. It.
I don't know. I was taking.
I can tell you this: if it is, it's 9th or 10th now.
I was taken
'Cause
to
it
a
is a
police
dump.
station the last time I visited Niagara Falls. So that's a story for another
Oh, I
day.
got to hear that one.
no,
Look
it
forward
is
to that.
not. It is not one of the 7 wonders of the world.
Proud of you.
No, I can tell you if it was,
I told you I don't know these things.
it's
dude.
definitely like 9 or 10 now because it's a dump. It is a dump.
Well,
but it's good to be back.
I'm glad that you enjoyed yourself at least in Toronto, and I'm glad that you got back safely. And I'm
Yes.
glad we have you for a whole 2 more days.
3. You get today and 2 more after that.
3 more days.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to get into something Jalen Hurts related coming up that was absolutely ridiculous. But we'll save that for a couple minutes. First,
sure, let's save
let's
it.
talk about the Philadelphia Phillies, who just once again go out there and make an inferior opponent look like it. They go out there, they start their series with the Detroit Tigers yesterday, and they put up an 8-run game, 4 spot in the first inning. Bryce Harper with the big 2-run double. Alec Boehm goes yard for his 9th home run of the season, which that's good for him. If he can finish around 20 home runs, that's what we've talked about a million times with Alec Boehm in terms of that power surge. I don't think he's ever going to get to 25, 30, but if he can come close to 20 with his league leading in doubles that he has and being at the top of the list for RBI, that makes Alec Boehm a tremendous baseball player, and you're starting to see more and more. And we noticed this the first day Trey Turner came back. When Trey Turner came back, it made the lineup look better just in a heartbeat.
Just his arrival.
Yeah, just as a rival.
Changes everything.
Without even seeing them play, you saw where some of the other guys fell in line when it came to the lineup. Nick Castellanos wasn't batting second anymore, and we've seen him play so much better since being moved down to the order. I know it was only 1 for 4 yesterday, but we saw
No,
that
but he
incredible
looks a
week.
lot
Yeah,
better.
he looks
He
so
looks a
much
lot
better. His
better.
at-bats look better. He doesn't seem to be pulling off every single swing. The helmet's not flying off. He's still chasing at some bad pitches, but that's kind of who he is. But you're starting to see this lineup really come together, and you're still doing this without JT Realmuto. Like, at one point, Realmuto is going to come back. So I'm going to remind you of something that I said probably, 2-3 weeks ago now, that we should not critique or criticize this Phillies team up until 2 weeks left until the trade deadline.
Well, unless you're psychic and you know what's going to happen for the next 4 or 5 weeks, I don't know how you make statements like that. I think it's absolutely absurd. The only thing that I would say, you've said it's absolutely absurd. But what I would say is this, is that if you consume baseball like football, you're a fool.
And that's what a lot of people are
And that's
doing
what a lot
still.
of people will do. But there are things that are still deficiencies with this Phillies team. There are still things that they need to fix. There are still things that are roster-wise critique-worthy. But the overall performance of the team, I got to tell you, this is borderline amazing to me.
Their win record is double their loss record.
And
like,
it is,
they have a
at this point,
667 winning percentage. Like, this team is so good. And John, you're right. Like, how I feel about the center field position. Like, I want to make a trade. I want to trade the entire farm system for somebody.
I would just like to get the best center fielder back and put him on. You got him under contract. So I'd rather just have him be back. Because can we agree now? Christian Pache can't hit.
All I know.
Do we have to revisit this conversation?
The winning percentage post Johan Rojas regime has just been tremendous for the Phillies.
Really. Pache cannot hit. He's not a major league hitter.
Yeah, neither is Johan Rojas. So what does it matter?
He's 38 points higher. Seriously. I mean, let's not throw the shade on one guy or the other. Plus, he's a better center fielder.
Yes, he is a better center fielder. And look, he'll probably get called up at some point. Like
I think he might.
And we talked about this the day he got sent down, or the day after when we reacted to it. We all expect him to be back on this big league club unless he's traded, unless he's a part of a package for an outfielder. And if he's not, then I expect him to be back on this team at some point because you're still going to need a fourth outfielder. You're still going to need a guy like Johan Rojas and his defense come playoff time. But one of the reasons why I really want to bring that point back of trying to be careful with criticism, like it almost seems like over-critiquing a Phillies team that is 52-26. John, the response after they dropped 2 of 3 to the Red Sox and 2 of 3 to the Orioles was as if this is who they are. This is the team that they are. But we ignore the fact that 5 of their guys in their starting lineup weren't playing in those series. Like, there was one game where 4 out of the 9 players in their starting 9 were not in the lineup.
And the bottom line is going into that week. Before the week started, we talked about it here on the show. Before the Monday game in Boston, I said to you, if they come home 2-4 out of that 6-game stretch, it's my bottom line of expectations.
Post-London.
Right, post-London. I mean, they come home 2-4, I'll deal with it. 3-3 is what I wanted. 4-2 would have been great.
Yeah.
So when you go into that week, it depends on what your expectations are. I thoroughly went into that week thinking I might be getting a 2-4.
Right.
And I got it.
And you got it. And then since then,
they looked bad doing it.
They did, but then they come back home and they looked great taking 2 of 3 against the Padres. Great taking 2 of 3 against the Diamondbacks. Great last night being the Detroit Tigers. There's going to be times they're not going to win every single series. And there was outrage and panic. John, I know you weren't in yesterday. I know you listened a little bit driving. Connor put out a tweet Friday night after they lost to the Diamondbacks. And he basically put it out there that they are going to boat race the Diamondbacks in the next 2 games. And he got crushed for it. That's exactly what they did.
Well, Sunday, I don't think it was a boat race. It was 1-0 in the 7th inning, wasn't
Those 2 games combined, they won 16-2.
No, I got you, but the Sunday game was a 1-0 game till the 7th.
Yeah.
But the
totally
Phillies,
fair.
It was weird. It was a game, and Christina is literally, how crazy is my wife now with the driving in the car? She's got it on Roku on her phone, and she's watching the game, and we're listening to Tom McCarthy and some horrible color analyst who was working the game with him.
Okay.
It was horrendous. It was whoever was working with him from the Diamondbacks.
Okay.
It was horrendous. But Tom McCarthy was carrying the whole broadcast. And it was a game still where 1-0 sometimes with this Phillies team, you feel like they're going to.
I feel comfortable.
They're almost like they're in control.
They can be up 1-0 in the bottom of the 8th inning, and I expect them to A, win the ball game, and B, probably score runs in the bottom of the 8th inning.
I am incredibly impressed. And again, this is where there are things that Rob Thompson does that drive me crazy, things he does that are just exceptional. He creates such a positive work environment that I believe they aren't biting their nails when they have that 2-4 week.
And
they just shrug it off and get on to the next thing and say, "Oh well, we'll get right back on the horse."
And I think he instills a belief into his players, which is why I know sometimes we complain about why is this guy still in the lineup or why hasn't this guy been given a day off. He stuck it with Castellanos, and look, it's been working out recently. Did that have to do with him sticking with him in the lineup? Probably not.
No, it had to do with
that might have been maybe Rob and Nick had some sort of conversation. He said, if you want to stay in the lineup, you'll stay in the lineup.
Yeah, and I think that the one thing he does, and most great managers do it, is they manage guys differently.
Yes.
And there's some different rules for Nick Castellanos that I do not understand, and I don't believe that they've gotten incredible results because of it. But whatever Rob Thompson has done, down in the lineup, boy, Nick Castellanos to me, again, I'll critique him when he plays like garbage, and I'll praise it because it has been a nice stretch for Nick.
Right, and right now he's in the 5 hole.
Really nice stretch.
And at some point you'll probably see him down further
like
in the
the
lineup
6.
when Real Muto comes back.
Right.
And yesterday, Bryson Stott and Brandon Marsh were back-to-back in the order, which is something that Rob Thompson doesn't normally do. So,
And I need, by the way, and again, on those things like with the critique, I need a hell of a lot more out of Brandon Marsh than I'm seeing.
yeah,
And since April, I need May, June, I need a lot more out of him, and I need more out of Bryson Stott.
yeah.
Both of those guys.
I think Brandon Marsh kind of is who he is. I think he has hot stretches where, like, you go, wow, this is awesome, like the NLCS last year when he was the only guy that showed up. But I think this is kind of who he is. I think he's a 260 hitter that can have some pop and play decent outfield. The Stott thing I'm still confused by about how it's kind of been such a struggle this year.
He's had some nice
he's starting
at-bats,
to have some
though.
good at-bats, yeah.
He's had some nice at-bats in the last week. So, again,
We saw that big hit against the Padres. There's a big hit against the Diamondbacks Sunday afternoon when I was there. It was, he's been
hopefully
playing
that goes.
better.
Right.
He's been playing better. But the Phillies, another great win last night. Always have the Phillies on the table on this show. You can climb in via the text line or the phone line, 610-632-0975. As Connor pointed out to us before the show started, 2 more games of at least 7+ innings. 7 innings from the starting pitching of the Phillies team.
And
Aaron Nola goes 7 strong yesterday, strikes out 6, allows 6 hits, 1 earned.
and a triple play, bailed him out in
That was
1 inning.
awesome.
But, I mean, it was, too, is that he looked comfortable and he was attacking.
Oh, yeah, he was great.
Now, the thing is, though, and as you two, seam heads, you ex-pitchers, I guess the 4-0 lead, 4 batters into the game, helps the starting pitcher immensely to just stop being the nibbler.
I think that helps out a lot.
And he didn't, and he hasn't done a lot of nibbling this year.
No, he's been great.
He has done a nice job of attacking. But look, it's all good. It's beautiful. And I will say though, the other day I did go, damn, I don't like seeing 6 when you're up by 10 in the division. I don't like seeing 6.
Well, it's back up
so
to
I'm glad
8, baby. It's
feeling
back
good
up
about
to
it.
8.
Feeling good about it. And my daughter's calculated that magic number. Once I told her what the magic number was, now she has got that. So
And what
it's
is
78.
it at? We're in the 70s.
It's 78.
That's awesome.
If you care to do that, I think it's way too early to
Wait,
start
you've been
out.
telling us since it was 99.
But I would tell you that I feel very good about this baseball team.
All right, so if you want to talk Phillies, we're always open to. You can text and call in 610-632-0975. Now, let's move on to a ridiculous statement that we get to react to. So thank you sometimes for other people providing us content.
Right.
We've talked about this man in the past, your run-ins with Nick Wright.
Yeah, I just think I think he is the definition of clickbait and the definition of bad haircut. There's 2 things.
Yeah, he's letting it
but
easy.
I will say he is a talented guy.
Yes, he is.
Because he has found a way to get paid for doing what he does for a living.
At a high level.
Right. And he's a talented guy. But I would just tell you, he literally can't believe half the crap that comes out of his mouth. He does not believe it. It is the Fox Sports Radio. We saw it with Craig, and I love Craig Carton. Craig knows that I love him. Craig with the whole, if you knew the true story about A.J. Brown.
Right.
If you know the stuff that happens. Nick Wright doesn't believe half the crap that comes out of his mouth.
Well,
let's be honest.
Let's see if he actually believes this. Here's Nick Wright the other day talking about Jalen Hurts.
I do think it's a legitimate conversation of, do we know Jalen Hurts is good? I think that it and by
good?
Yes, but are we certain Jalen Hurts is a top 15 quarterback in the league?
So he changes the argument. He makes the stupid-ass statement. Then when he gets pushback on it from his peers that are in the room,
That are going, what are you talking about, dude?
he then changes it to, well, are we sure he's a top 15 quarterback? So then he starts moving the goalposts. That is a man who does not believe the crap that comes out of his mouth. He does not believe it. He's saying it for clicks. He's saying it for the engagement. And he's trying to get, but immediate pushback, he retreats. Well, do we know he's a top 15 guy? Well, yeah, I do. I do know, Nick, that he's a top 15.
Well, now, here's the thing.
The argument's there he's a top 15 guy.
The conversation's not necessarily going to be whether or not Nick Wright is an idiot, right? Or whether or not
I think that's a closed case on this. On this discussion point, it's a closed case.
But it opens up, once again, the conversation of who Jalen Hurts is. And I know a couple of weeks ago we did our tiers We tried figuring out where is he at.
Which,
we did
like
the
the
GM
shelves.
discussion.
Right.
What if there was a redraft of the quarterbacks? Where would Jalen Hurts go?
Where did we have him? Like 7?
We had him honestly
6?
anywhere between 7 and 11 or something.
Yeah, it was
like
right
that.
in there. Correct.
And 11 was a push, right? Like
It was a way
like
push.
he was top 10. We basically determined that GMs would also look at Jalen Hurts as a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. And I know a lot of Eagles fans, and I get it, there's a bias when it comes to Eagles fans, would have him as high as 5. But I even could make the case that he could be as high as 5 because I'm waiting for Matt Stafford to fall apart at some point. Jordan Love, was it a full season of greatness? No, it was 6 great weeks that he had. And I think the arrow is pointing upwards for Jordan Love. But I can't sit here today and say that Jordan Love is already a lock to be this great quarterback. I heard the overnight programming coming up later today on ESPN. The Jordan Love contract, the most important one in history of the NFL. Like, all right, a bit much. Like, Jordan Love has played 6 very good games in his career. Let's chill out with the most important contract in the history of the league conversation. But it gets to a discussion about Jalen Hurts and where he is when it comes to the NFL. I think there are a lot of people that kind of think the way of Nick Wright. Chris Sims, I know we're not Chris Sims fans.
No.
But Chris Sims has said what a lot of other people have said in the past, that if you put any other quarterback on this team, they would thrive in this situation. So is Jalen Hurts thriving because of the situation that he's in, or is Jalen Hurts thriving because he is the quarterback that he is?
Now, that's the question you ask, and I think it's a really, really good one because I could give you any one of a number of quarterbacks in the NFL, and I could maybe name 8 of them, at least, that could, if they had what the Eagles have, the Eagles would have had similar success. But I've also seen Jalen Hurts on the biggest stage in that Super Bowl go toe-to-toe with Patrick Mahomes, and I think he was actually the better quarterback that day, but he had the unforced error that Mahomes didn't have.
But you've also seen other quarterbacks completely clam up in those kinds of situations. How many times have we talked about Josh Allen? He's never been able to get past. Now, look, it's been hard.
No, but Josh Allen has had some great
Patrick
games,
Mahomes
too.
has had to get past, right, exactly.
And look, he gave the Bills the lead not once but twice against Mahomes and got snaked because of the team defense. But to me, I'm torn a little bit on that. The question you ask, I find very intriguing because I do believe there are there are a lot of quarterbacks that you could plug into the Eagles with all the assets that they've got, and they could be just as successful as Jalen Hurts.
I don't think that's,
if not more. Maybe if not more.
Patrick Mahomes, probably.
Well, no, if I take what do we take, Connor? We just take Mahomes off the table.
Yes, he's off every table for every discussion.
He's off every table for every discussion. But I believe that there are many other quarterbacks who could step in and do every bit as much. And by the way, as a passer, I think that there are 8 to 10 who could easily, with a capital E, do more.
And look,
as a passer.
I don't think it's a disrespectful thing to say that other quarterbacks would thrive in this system.
No, it speaks to their roster.
The question is, if Jalen Hurts did not have this, would he still be a good quarterback? And look, every team at this point has a bona fide wide receiver if they took a quarterback high. Right, like I know there's some teams that are still trying to find that wide receiver, still trying to find that weapon. But you look at some of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, they clearly have very good weapons, right? That's part of the reason why quarterback-wide receiver marriage is a pretty big deal. It's not like this is why I applaud Donovan McNabb as much as I do in my life, that he was able to have such a successful career with very poor wide receivers around him other than the 1 year of Terrell Owens. But I think Jalen Hurts is still a good quarterback, even if he's not here in Philadelphia. Is he as good? He might not be. And I don't think that's like a disrespectful thing to say. Like when Nick Wright says, is he a top 15 quarterback? I think he's ridiculous for saying that because top 15, yes, he's no doubt in my mind a top 15 quarterback. But I wonder if Nick Wright is thinking, all right, if he's playing for the Houston Texans last year.
Does he elevate them the way Jordan Love did? The way that C.J. Stroud
Right, like Stroud was, I know Tank Dell was everybody's favorite fantasy football player for like 4 straight weeks, right? Is Jalen Hurts making Tank Dell that great of a player? Nico Collins, is he making him a rich man like Nico Collins became this offseason with the contract that he got? Like Jalen Hurts, let's face it, is throwing to A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert. I mean, it's amazing the weapons that he has around him. I don't want to take that away from him, though.
No, you can't. And one of the things is, if you say that you want to take away from what Jalen Hurts has accomplished by who surrounds him, then feel free to do that for Joe Montana.
Right.
Feel free to do that for some of the greatest players of every generation.
Absolutely.
I mean, you can't do that. Great players tend to do great things, bottom line. But I don't think it's disrespectful to Jalen Hurts to talk about it that way. But I find it fascinating that this far into his career, you will still have people like Nick Wright trotting out that nonsensical take.
Right, and he's such a polarizing figure, not just here in Philadelphia. I
Why,
think
though?
Jalen Hurts is extremely polarizing nationally.
Do you have any idea why?
I don't know. Let's try to figure that out.
Because I can't figure it out.
I think a lot of it has to do with the uncertainty of him coming out of college.
Right.
And then being placed on an incredible roster that he has. So let's talk about it. How do you think Jalen Hurts should be perceived nationally, not just here locally in Philadelphia? And if he wasn't on this team, if he wasn't with A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, where do you think Jalen Hurts would rank among quarterbacks? He's definitely a top 15 quarterback. That's ridiculous of Nick Wright to even question. But let's discuss it. 610-632-0975. You can text in and call in. Also, we talked a lot about Matvei Michkov yesterday. We even had John call in on his ride home from Toronto, but it was a quick call. So, John, the floor will be yours coming up next. Who is Matvei Michkov? How good can he be? And what's next for the Flyers? Johnny Hockey tells us all next on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. 97.5 The Fanatic on this Tuesday morning. John Kincade back after his world traveling of Canada, Johnny Canada. So speaking of Johnny Canada and Johnny Hockey, I'm going to have the floor to be yours for Michkov in a few minutes.
Yes.
But first, I know we have some texts coming in about our initial conversations. Open up the show, just generic Phillies talk. Phillies with another win last night. I remind you of what I said a few weeks ago about how they should not have any criticism or critique up until 2 weeks before the MLB trade deadline, because you even brought it up, John. Roster critique. Totally fair. You can make it better up at the trade deadline. They're not going to do it right now, which is why I almost go, what's the point of me freaking out about center field when I expect them to? Expect them to acquire a center fielder. If they do not acquire a center fielder, then I'll be upset with Dave Dombrowski. But I can't be like, Dave, do something when it's June 25th. I can't do that.
That makes fine. The idea of not being able to critique, again, it's the first thing in this marriage that I have just said is just, to me, is just asinine. Like, as far as, because there are things to critique about this club. There are things that are potentially, and again, they don't matter till they matter.
Yeah, but in July,
and eventually
August, in September, I'll critique.
But the thing is that you will see their problems now, and they're not changing. You have guys on this roster who don't belong, and I believe Dave Dombrowski will do everything in his power to make sure that those are correct.
Why should I worry about Whit Merrifield right now? You know what I mean? And Jason Stark last week, when you were gone, Jason Stark, I think he had a push a day. He had to join the best show ever on Thursday. He normally does Wednesdays.
Sure.
So we played the next day. He straight up said Whit Merrifield has a month to prove himself.
He has to.
So,
because it's disgraceful.
And Jason Stark clearly knows things, clearly speaks with people.
Yes, he does.
So Whit Merrifield, just because he has a $9 million tag attached to him, doesn't necessarily mean that he is safe on this roster. So, open-ended Phillies conversation. You can text and call in 610-632-0975. Our other discussion is Jalen Hurts. It's a conversation about the franchise quarterback. No, we're not talking about his relationship with Nick Sirianni. We're talking about who he is as a quarterback, because Nick Wright made a ridiculous statement questioning whether or not he is even a top 15 quarterback.
Are we sure he's even good? He starts with that nonsense.
I love the, we have to have the conversation. Like,
no, we don't.
We don't have to have the conversation about something ridiculous. If you believe that Jalen Hurts is 15th in the league at quarterback, I think you're wrong there. For you to ask, is he even top 15, is completely asinine.
Are we sure he's good? Is how he started it. Are you like that's where engagement is just he's going for the clicks.
He is.
He's going for the clicks.
So we're going to try to have a smarter conversation about Jalen Hurts. Who is Jalen Hurts? Where is he? If you want to give us a ranking of where you believe that he is, go for it. Back it up with fact and opinion and explain why. The conversation of any quarterback could thrive in this offense. I don't think that's very disrespectful to say, because there are a lot of great quarterbacks in this league. You saw what Tua Tagovailoa was able to do with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle.
Absolutely.
I would expect him to be able to do that with A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, but I still like Jalen Hurts more than Tua.
One thing I know, too, is that there is I believe, this is of my thought process, there's no middle ground on Jalen Hurts in this city right now.
No, you either think he's very good or he stinks.
Everybody's got to be totally polarized, when I do believe the truth probably lies in the middle.
Yeah, probably.
The problem is, very rarely do you find anyone that's in the middle on the topic. And I also will adamantly believe he has been treated with more soft critique than any quarterback in Eagles history that is a starter, is a guy who's expected to be the franchise guy. I've never seen a quarterback get treated where, oh my gosh, you're critiquing the Eagles quarterback? The Eagles quarterback has been the hardest job in this city. Flat out.
Right.
Hardest job in the entire city, with apologies to Her Honor Mayor Sherrell Parker. It's a harder job. It's brutal to be the Eagles quarterback. It's tough. But there are people who are like, don't you question Jalen? Oh my gosh, what are we doing here? I don't understand that at all.
Now, before we went to the break, we talked about why he might be perceived differently nationally.
Why? And I don't get it, because I will tell you this, and I've had very few. I've had more interactions with Jalen as a college player, interviewed him more than I have as a professional player.
Right.
I believe he's a really good person.
Oh, yeah.
Top notch individual. So I guess I just don't understand why there would be this undercurrent of let's get this guy. And I do believe it's out there nationally.
Yeah, I do as well. And
but I think
don't
it's
know
us.
why.
I think they're trying to engage us.
They
They're
might
trying
be,
to
and then we
engage
talk
this
about
city.
it.
You know what I mean? They're trying to engage this city. And I know with Chris Sims, that's his game.
Yeah, for sure. But I also totally get it from the national perspective
You do.
in another way. We always talk about how the national perspective is just like base level. They see the surface. They don't see the rest of the iceberg. What is base level when it comes to an NFL quarterback? Passing yards,
Right.
passing touchdowns, passer rating.
And weapons.
Yeah, kind of.
Well,
But
the Chris Sims does the whole anybody could play quarterback in that system.
ultimately, though, I think these guys are like seeing that Jalen Hurts is a tier down from guys like Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, the guys that put up gaudy stats, and that's kind of what football's become. So when you get the national perspective, it's based on those stats and not so much the eye test of watching every game.
Meanwhile, the Eagles are literally on national TV like every other week, it
Yeah.
seems like. So they shouldn't, like, they have no excuse to not be able to see Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles. Like, it's not like they're playing 1 o'clock every single Sunday, and a Cleveland Browns fan or somebody who covers the Browns can't see it because they're also playing at 1 o'clock. No, they're Fox game of the week. There's Thursday night football, Sunday night football, Monday night football.
It's easy to be informed on Jalen Hurts, what he is and what he isn't. And
Yeah.
there's, by the way, there's still stuff that
Yeah,
he
I mean,
could-
we'll
he
see.
needs to improve
We'll
on.
see how he plays this year. He needs to bounce back from what he did last year, which was not good enough. Now, what do we have in the text line there, Connor?
We have a text from AB here saying the reason this narrative exists nationally is because people hate Philadelphia still, and Hurts is one of the most clutch in the league and has moments like the Super Bowl, so I'll always believe he's better than top 15.
See, I think the only thing that I would look at is that it was a shorter window of time, but I believe Wentz was embraced into the bosom of the national media, and for some reason Jalen Hurts isn't.
Well, I also wonder if Carson Wentz gets publicity the day he gets drafted because he's the number 2 overall pick.
Okay.
Right? Like, I wonder if that. I mean, you see the Trae Young, Luka Doncic, they still try to act like there's a rivalry there, where clearly one guy's having a better career than the other, even though Trae Young's still having a good career. But they were the guys that got traded for
on draft
within the top 10, right? Zion Williamson, they're going to do whatever they can to try to make him the next LeBron because he was the number 1 overall pick. So I think part of that is also the fact that Jalen Hurts was a second-round pick.
That could be.
He didn't come in as a starter, right? It's not like the C.J. Stroud steps right in as a starter. They get to the playoffs. It's a different kind of story, but it's one that I don't think is maybe covered fairly.
Okay, I got you.
All right.
And I think it's fair. I think that's smart.
So we'll continue this discussion as we go on, and you can text and call in 610-632-0975. But, John, we were shocked that you didn't come in yesterday with Matt Vaymichkov. Hopefully, as you said, I get it.
Well, until his feet are on American soil, I will still wonder if this is.
And that's totally fair. But I want you to have the floor. Tell us who he is, how good he can be, and what's next for the Flyers.
I saw our man Tyrone Johnson yesterday getting grief because people were saying, he was saying, look, he's better than guys like Richards. He's better than LeClaire. He's better than, as a prospect, he is better than considered better than any of this. And people are like, yo, slow down, pump the brakes. He is, fact, the best prospect coming out of Russia since Alexander Ovechkin.
That's pretty good.
I think that's high praise.
I think there are non-hockey fans who know who Ovechkin is.
Fact, he is the most talented player that the Philadelphia Flyers will present to you in a Flyers sweater since Eric Lindros coming out. As far as a rookie player coming out, you have not seen anything like it since Lindros. And I believe that decade of Lindros era here brought a lot of joy. And honestly, I'm sure for like young Andrew, for young Connor, the name Eric Lindros, the Flyers became super relevant.
It's the only sweater I still own.
And Mishkov is every bit. He was right there with international scouts. He was right there with Connor Bedard. And Connor Bedard was the guy that everybody wanted to tank for. The Chicago Blackhawks got him last year. I will tell you this. You have every reason to be so excited about this player. And the only reason the Flyers have him is because the mystery around his father's death. His contract was for another 2 years.
Right.
And the fact that people wondered whether he would ever get out of Russia, whether something would happen to keep him in Russia. That's why I say, until I see him over in Voorhees,
Yeah, it's fair.
I am just going to honestly. We're crazy family. We prayed. We gave a little prayer for him that everything goes well in his getting over here, because this young man has been through hell. His father, perfectly healthy, 51-year-old man, perfectly healthy, ends up being found in a pond, dead. His dad wasn't drowning in a pond.
Right.
I mean, there was so much vitriol around this young man, and he has gone through such hell. I just want to see him on American soil, and I tell you this, every kid this Christmas in Philadelphia is going to want a Mishkov sweater, so they can be like you guys.
Right.
You 30-something, like 30-year-olds, late 20s, early 30s kids who just, Eric Lindros was larger than life. Eric Lindros breathed life into a franchise that had sort of sagged a bit. I'm telling you this, what Mishkov is going to do, they got the freaking paddles, and your Flyer fandom is being brought back to life.
Right.
He's that talented. He is gritty as hell. No offense to our friend Gritty. He is again, like I said with Iverson, he's not a big man. Yeah, and he's only going to get stronger.
Like
and grow into his
5'10",
I think he's like 5'10". I think he's more.
Yeah.
He might be more.
Yeah, he's not
But
Lindros
Connor,
who towers over people.
But Connor, it'll get people. You know how people get excited about Jalen Hurts in the weight room? I've just been told things with Mishkov in the weight room. He's an incredible specimen. His strength, his core, his legs, that this is going to be something that you're going to see. I will tell you right now, I believe this is transformational for our fandom.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody is going to want to be on board.
So, coming up next, I want you to tell us what's next for the Flyers, because you
Sure.
said something yesterday that they should stick with the plan, and anybody saying otherwise is, I forget the exact word that you used, maybe dumb. May have been the word that you used. I
I'll come
wanna
up with a
quote
good
you.
word, yeah.
I don't want to quote you on it. So what's next for the Flyers? And if you will read more of your text messages on today's topics that we've gotten into so far about the Phillies and the Eagles, you can continue to text in, call in 610-632-0975. But what is next for the Flyers now that Matt Michkov looks to be coming to Philadelphia? And coming up next, I'll also tell you what we got on the show today, because it's a big day today on Kincade and Salciunas. We are not done after the 6 o'clock hour right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Kincade and Salciunas.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. So here's what we got in the show today. We still have a lot in store for you today. Obviously, the first hour of the show is always our topics on hand, topics of the day, catching up with Johnny Canada, who's back, waking up. Yeah, it's a big...
Before I jet off again.
Getting my voice to actually work. You know, I've kind of warmed up. It sounds better today. Would you agree, Connor, than yesterday? A little bit more raspier.
Yeah.
But not as painful to speak.
I thought it was Demi Moore doing the show yesterday with Connor.
Yesterday it sounded like 10 packs a day. Today it sounds like maybe a vape every once in a while.
It's getting there. Just a quick little Juul hit every once in a while.
God, a Juul.
Come on, man.
Such a millennial.
All right, so here's what we got on the show today. Coming up at 8:10, we'll be joined by Keith Pompey. The rumors surrounding the Sixers and the NBA are just flying like crazy. I saw Brian Windhorst. And if you can, I forgot to tell you guys this earlier. If you can grab that audio, Connor, have B-Gun grab it. Brian Windhorst was on Get Up yesterday after we were done, or First Take, whichever one, talking about how the Paul George trade, if there is one, could happen this upcoming weekend. So while I'm gone, unfortunately, is when a Paul George trade might happen. So that's something to keep an eye on.
That'd be fair since Mishkov thing happened when I was away.
Yeah, okay. So,
that would work.
We'll be even. So we'll see where Keith Pompey is with all these Sixers rumors that surround the team. He'll be joining us coming up at 8:10. Following Keith, we will be joined by David Edelman and Tad Brown, obviously big parts of the ownership group for the Philadelphia 76ers with the Harris Blitzer Sports Entertainment Group. We'll be joined by them coming up at 8:30. At 9:30 today, we've tried it a few times. This time I think we got her. Kate Scott will be joining the show. The NBA draft is tomorrow, so we'll talk to her a little bit about that. But what I'm most excited for her and her career, because Kate Scott is a tremendous human being. She'll be one of the voices of the new Madden game that's coming out this year. So we'll be talking to Kate. So those are our guests. We have a lot of topics in store for you that we got coming up. We have a peace treaty that we have to discuss with the best show ever. So we'll get your answer on that today, John. So a busy day on Kincade and Salciunas.
Sounds good.
And, of course, time for your texts and calls at 610-632-0975. So, Connor, let me know if we got anything coming in on today's topics. But, John, I want you to answer the question that I posed going into the break. So Michkov comes here.
Sure.
And the immediate reaction is, okay, so are they making the playoffs is number one. And what else are they going to do? So I am a believer in acquiring someone of note. I'm not saying go out there and get the best free agent available. Someone of note just to help ease in Michkov. Like the Sixers did that with Joel Embiid when they brought back Elton Brand and guys like Carl Landry. They were cooked. They were done.
Okay. So you're talking about, just set the parameters so I understand it. You want a veteran in here, somebody to sort of assist in the transition process.
Right, because this
But you're not talking about a top-notch free agent.
I'm talking about a guy that maybe is Russian that can help him. Like this is a big talking about a culture change. He's coming from Russia to Philadelphia, to the Flyers, a rabid fan base that is very excited for Michkov, right? Very excited for the return of relevancy when it comes to the Philadelphia Flyers. I would like to see some moves to kind of just make his life a little bit more easier this year.
I guarantee you that will be on their shopping list.
All right, cool.
I don't know specifically what Danny Briere and Keith Jones's plan is, but from enough knowledge gathering, I completely believe they are going to do nothing to waver from the plan.
Okay.
They are going to treat the 2024-25 season as the second year of the full rebuild, and they're going to handle this draft accordingly also. I think that's what they're going to try to do. Could there be a player out there that would intrigue them that is a younger type of player?
That has years left on him, I imagine.
Like a Brady Tkachuk.
Right.
Somebody like him. Could they try to go hunting for a player like that? Absolutely. Absolutely, like kick tires. I believe you are going to see this team go about. I think Danny and Keith are going to go about the plan exactly as it's been told to us, exactly as it's laid out, and I don't think the arrival of Michkov changes their timeline.
Yeah, there's not going to be an Ed Snyder fire sale of prospects to try to get aging players to try to win a cup real quick.
They are not going to do that. Do I believe, though, that this means you should say this team's a playoff team next year? I'm not there yet. Like I'm really not, because I think that I have to see other things as far as roster construction about where this is going. What I do know is it's going to be, this is a transformational talent.
Oh, yeah.
He is so much fun to watch. And if you have seen him, if you saw Connor McDavid flying around the ice during the Stanley Cup Finals and you paid attention to it, to watch Mishkov on the ice, he is a freaking master. It's so exciting for this city and for this franchise. It is going to be a blast. It's going to be a blast. But I would also implore that Danny Briere not listen to anybody who says, cut a corner. And I don't think that Keith Jones and Danny Briere are cut corners guys, because I think they both lived through the frustration of, I guarantee you, they both live with the scar of, it's 50 years next May.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they're tired of hearing that crap. And they want to be the guys to fix it.
They want to do this smart.
And they're going to do this right. They're not going to do it rushed. So do not think that the arrival of Mishkov changes anything. And I am damn proud to say that that's the kind of adults who are running the franchise.
Sounds great.
I love it. I'm very excited by it, because I can buy into a great rebuild if it's done right. I can buy into it.
If it's done right.
And I think there's so much talent coming this way. And I can tell you it's going to be fun to watch.
It's a very, very exciting time in Philadelphia.
And Friday night's going to be exciting. They're going to get a fine player on Friday night. I don't know if they're going to use both first-round picks, but we'll see. They got 2 first-round picks this year, 2 first-round picks next year. I wouldn't be shocked if they wanted to move a pick so they have 3 next year.
That's interesting. Look, good ammo to have for the Flyers, so very exciting time. And John's going to be at the first round of the draft on Friday.
Looking forward to that.
So we'll check in with you Friday morning at least.
Live from a blackjack table.
Yeah, hopefully you just never went to bed. You shouldn't. You should stay up until you do your... We could have you on at 6:30 if you want, so that it's 3:30 a.m. In Vegas. All right, so coming up next, I know texts are coming in about our Jalen Hurts discussion, so we'll reset the entire show coming your way next. Brian Windhorst, a trade could happen this weekend. We will hear what Windy had to say on ESPN yesterday. And also, John posts something about Flyers fandom. I don't know how many people you're going to have on your side. I know you will have people on your side. But we'll discuss it coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. John Kincade back from his world travels until he leaves us again for Vegas on Thursday, after the show Thursday. So we still have you till Thursday.
Yeah.
Through Thursday.
Looking forward to the Sphere. I've not seen the Sphere.
Yeah, dude, that's like, you have to tell me just all about it. Like, I know we're going to have you call in Friday if you're awake.
Right, I won't have been in yet, but because it's Friday afternoon.
Right, but even just looking at it.
I love the draft.
Like, it's great because it's all the stuff outside.
And last year we figured it out because I'm dork boy. Last year, because of cancer, was the first time that I had not been to Vegas since 1987.
Jesus.
Since 1987.
So is this your first time back?
Yes.
Wow,
since
that's a big
cancer.
day.
Oh, I'm very excited.
That's a big
I
day
cannot
for
wait.
you.
Believe me. McCarran, I will get off the plane and just hear the Wheel of Fortune little doodle-doo, doodle-doo from the machines, and I'll be like, okay, I'm not a slotsman.
Yeah, but you'll be back.
I'll be back.
In your
Welcome home.
happy, comfortable place.
Welcome home. But I'm looking forward to being there with the Flyers, too, and getting a chance to bring some of that back to the audience here.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome. So Johnny will be live from Vegas for a segment at some point Friday, and then we'll hear all about it next week when I'm gone, when I'll be in Lithuania. All right, so here's what we're talking about today. General Phillies discussion after another win yesterday. The panic that ensued after the first game against the Diamondbacks. They lose game one of that series, and panic struck, and I just don't freaking get it. And then they come back and I would think shut a lot of people up with that 12-run performance that they had on Saturday. But who knows? I mean, the next time they look like something doesn't go well, you're going to hear outrage on social media and some people on the phones and some people on email. And I just don't get it. Like, this team just shows how good they are night in and night out with an 8 spot last night against the Tigers.
Is this the most fun you've had? I mean, both of you guys. I know you enjoy a baseball season like I do, and you both consume it fairly well. You don't do the roller coaster of emotion. This is my most fun Phillies season ever.
So 2011 special place in my heart because I was in high school, A. B, this was the first time that I saw a championship in my life in 08. And C, my dad and I had the game plan. So, like, 17 nights out of the summer, I'm watching the greatest Phillies team of my lifetime with my dad. So 2011 was probably the most fun I ever had. But, dude, I mean, this isn't far off.
I think this team has so much more personality and attachment than 2011.
Well, here's the thing with 2011, right? I think this team's better, too, than the 2011 team.
You've been saying that.
That's bold and beautiful.
I've been on that for like a month and a half.
Okay, I understand. That's bold.
But the difference is 2011 had proof of concept with a lot of the guys that were here. A lot of people on that team had won one in this city.
Right.
So you believed they could do it again.
Right.
There's still people, and like not wrongfully, that have questions about this team's ability to get to the final step. So 2011, I think there was a little more faith because of that.
I tell you, I have more faith in this year's club, mainly because of the fact that I honestly felt like 2011 was a Hail Mary. Like, to me, they were going. I didn't
really?
like, I did not like, as you talk about proof of concept, I did not like the Aces strategy.
I don't know how.
I know you
saw it not work.
I watched it over and over again with 3 Hall of Famers.
Yeah, 14 straight division titles.
And I watched it fail. And I saw the same things and didn't believe. I didn't believe.
I'd rather have the best pitchers in the world.
Yeah, I got you. I didn't believe
every single night. And you're kind of getting that this year. I know name recognition.
Right.
It's not Smoltz, Glavine, and Maddox.
No, I can't believe
But in
this.
terms of how they're pitching, they're freaking Smoltz, Glavine, and Maddox with Wheeler, Nola, and Suarez. That's just how good they've been this year.
And can I just say too? Can we say is it okay or not that we would say Wheeler, Nola, Suarez, Sanchez?
No, he deserves to get credit. Absolutely.
Because it's truly amazing what he's done, and congratulations to him and his family.
Yeah.
On securing that deal. And by the way, Dave Dombrowski, I love it because I've told you before, I admired the model that the Braves use.
Right. They see a talent and
buy out arbitration years, lock people down, and then get these ridiculous contracts where you got guys playing. They end up playing under market value.
Right.
And then you can renegotiate them if you want down the line. I love the Sanchez deal.
It's a great move.
Connor, and I think it's very affordable.
Connor said it great yesterday. If he ends up stinking,
it's
a
very
affordable
like you're paying
deal.
all
that much, right? Exactly.
And does it take the pressure off Painter to arrive next year and be a impact?
No, because you still
No.
have a guy in the rotation that stinks.
Oh, we got that.
I'm sorry.
Oh, he's hurt right now, Connor.
Yeah, he's got a hot spot.
Yeah, he's hurt.
Yeah, his hot spot
Why
is
can't we just
middle
say
in
blister,
to
by the way?
righties.
Why
Why
can't
is
we
baseball?
just,
Why is baseball so freaking
John,
weird?
why can't we just say he's been moved out of the rotation?
Yeah, and more
because that's
important-
what it really is.
Because
Why
you
can't
have
we
to
ju-
put him on the injured list.
Why can't we just say he's got a blister? Why is baseball got to be weird?
Hot spot, bro.
Hot spot.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
it's like,
Get out of here with your hockey.
Like it's second.
Lower body injury, LBI.
Well, that's because
It's
they
like
don't want anybody
it's like
to
I'm
know.
going to the beach.
I got to tell you though, there's nothing more. This Phillies team is so enjoyable. They're enjoyable to watch. They're enjoyable to watch play the game. They're enjoyable to watch interact.
Yeah.
They are just. There's something. It's going to be such a crime if we don't see this team parading down Broad Street the next few years.
absolutely.
It's going to be a crime.
Absolutely.
By the way,
John.
real quick, I have a developing theory.
Okay.
On I might owe an apology to the fan base and the folks in the fan base who have been
Okay.
more questioning of this team than me. A developing theory on why people are so not on board, but like tentative on the Phillies. I do not think we know what a 100-win baseball team feels like. It's only happened 3 times for this franchise. And
Two of them, I was in grade school.
right, so
I mean, like seriously.
Fair.
I legitimately don't think we understand how much losing still comes with a 100-win team.
Oh, yeah.
I-
60 games.
And I think
62.
I think it's just this feeling of like, oh, okay, we just haven't been through it enough. So I may owe an apology to the fan base. I'm developing this theory a little bit further.
Well, right
Yeah,
now,
but at some point you realize when they're 52 and 26, like sometimes, you know what? I think that apology should have probably happened a month ago.
they're on a 107 win pace.
You're right. Yeah, exactly. Like,
Right.
They're
No,
on
I
pace
got
to
you.
win. They're on pace to win 107, and I think we all can agree that's not going to happen, or can we? Because I don't believe.
Who knows?
No, I don't believe they're going to be. I don't believe they're going to be pushed enough that they got to worry about winning 104, 105.
Right. They probably won't. But
So I believe that, and I've seen them in other years, like we saw them 2 years ago, where they were willing to shut down their best pitcher for just, and he wasn't injured, just tired, and they're
Smart
willing to
move.
and I think that they will be willing to do the same thing
yeah.
this time. I don't think they're going to push to get that, but Connor, I love that theory, and I haven't heard you float that.
No, it's just like I look back at it and I'm like, I don't think that we really have a feeling for the vibe of a 100-win team. A lot of people who watch this Phillies team have only ever seen it once. And the memories of that 2011 team felt so special. Like that team felt so good. But now when you look back at it, you're just like, oh, man, I forgot about all the games you still lose over the course of 162. Like a football season, we consume everything like football. When the Eagles are this good, they win 14
They're
or
14
15
and 3.
games.
Yeah,
you two
absolutely.
You two can't. How much do you truly remember 09? Like as a kid,
Pretty darn well.
you remember it really well.
Yeah, pretty
okay.
well.
Do you felt better about 11 than you did 9? Coming off a World Series, being back the next year, and actually playing better in the regular season than you had in 08?
It was
like
different.
To me, I felt
Well,
so much.
I was in favor of the 4 aces.
I felt
So like 11, I'm like every single night they could win 1-0. Like the lineup could suck and they could win 1-0 every single night, but the lineup doesn't suck. It has Jimmy Rollins, Chase Utley, Ryan Howard, Hunter Pence.
You know what
and
it
I
is?
wasn't even a big Hunter Pence fan.
I'll tell you exactly what it is. 09 was the year after the Super Bowl with Nick Foles playing in New Orleans, where it's just like,
you got a little hangover?
no, not even that. I'm just saying,
Happiness
like,
hangover.
this team might not be like a juggernaut, but they just keep winning. And they have this magic about them. That was 09. Like, they're
Okay.
a very good team, but they also have this special magic. 2011 was like the Eagles in the 22 Super Bowl year, where it's just like, this team's unstoppable. They have all the talent in the world. Like, they had more talent, but the 09 team kind of felt like they had that magic
Okay.
because they hadn't lost yet.
It's and my personal bias against the strategy made me enjoy 11 less than I should have.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, 11,
I did not like it.
I had so much fun.
And those of there are people who I've had a couple people reach out to me when we brought this up on the air that listened to me at the time doing network radio and stuff, and I said it all along as a Phillies fan and everything. I don't like the strategy, and I remember saying that it wouldn't work.
You just got to imagine being a 17-year-old
Oh, I
kid
got it,
who,
yes.
who loved baseball, right? Because I played baseball my whole life. And I had a 17-game plan. Every night I went,
You know
I
you'd see a
either
great
had
pitcher.
Roy Halladay,
Right.
Cliff Lee, Roy Oswalt, or Cole Hamels. And
That's
then if I didn't have any
outstanding.
of those 4, I had World Series champion Joe Blanton.
That's
right?
it's-
Like
that's
Known
outstanding.
power hitter, Joe Blanton.
Right, exactly.
Come on.
That's what I had every single night when I was able to go to a Phillies game. Let's go to Steven on the cell. He wants to talk about the Phils, and then we'll get into this Hurts conversation in a few minutes. What's up, Steven?
Hey guys, what's up?
Good
How
to
are
hear
you?
from you, Steven.
So I heard you guys mention in Vegas. I literally just got off a plane yesterday morning at 9 a.m. at Philly International. Me and my wife just came back celebrating our 10th anniversary.
God bless you.
congratulations.
Now, what did you do for
I-
your
I
10th,
think-
Steven?
We went to the Sphere, but
Okay.
here's what I wanted to tell you guys and how it correlates to our Philly sports. We're slowly but surely becoming America's baseball team. They have this place out there on Fremont Street called Circa
Yes.
Casino, and Circa has stadium swim. They have a Citizens Bank Park size movie screen. Literally,
And they have the pool, and they have the pools where you can lay in the pool
Yes,
and watch
yes.
action.
dude, when the Phillies were beating up on the Arizona Diamondbacks this weekend, I was watching it, and literally everybody watching it. They didn't care about UFC. They didn't care about the Yankees. They were going nuts over the Phillies, and Harper hitting home runs. And this is what I saw 2,500 miles away. I was so excited, man.
Did you wear your gear? Did you wear your gear out there, hats and stuff? Did you get
yes.
a lot of go Birds, go Phils?
Dude, that's all it was. Go Birds, go Phillies. Walking down Fremont Street, wear my Eagle stuff. I took a picture with a Cowboys fan. it was just,
Well, then you were drunk, I guess.
Yeah,
At that
you
point.
must have
a
been.
little bit.
Steven, congratulations on
Congratulations,
10
buddy.
wonderful years, man. I'm glad you had a good time.
We got to do it the 10-year anniversary. I did what I wanted to do for our original wedding. We had the Graceland Chapel, and Elvis renewed our vows with.
That's awesome.
Because I wanted to be married by Elvis.
By Elvis.
When we got married, and then and so for our 10th anniversary,
Well, at least you had that.
I rented the Graceland Chapel, and Elvis remarried us.
That's amazing.
Because when we got married, we were sort of in a rush because I didn't know if I was going to live.
Right.
And look what happened.
Yeah, here
she
we
stuck
are.
with me for 20. She checked the fine print on this. As it worked.
Was Bono going to do your 30th
I'm telling you,
anniversary?
I don't know what we're going to do for 25, but I'll find something.
So, to Steven's point about how the Phillies are quickly becoming like America's baseball team, so we got an update on the All-Star voting while you were gone.
Okay.
I want to credit
Christina's voting every day, by the way.
as she should be, 5 times a day. I want to credit Crossing Broad for putting this out here. The Phillies right now, and again, it's fan voting, but it goes to what Steven was saying. Like Nick Castellanos, should Nick Castellanos be an All-Star this year? No, absolutely not. But right now, he is 6th among outfielders.
That's wild.
And the top 6 outfielders make it, right? Because you need to have guys that can
Yes.
play, that come off the bench.
Bro, read who's at number
Wait a minute,
7.
top 6 do make it?
Top 6 make it.
Oh, I
give
thought-
your
see,
three,
I was
you have
wrong
your
on
3
that.
starters and then the 3 replacement
Wow, I
players.
did not
Yeah.
I did not know that.
And to Connor's point, Johan Rojas is 7th. So here's the deal.
That's because people around baseball know baseball a little better than some of the local.
I don't know if that's the explanation.
So as of right now, JT Realmuto
Is second, right?
is 2nd. So that would put him in the All-Star game.
It's a large margin. He's second?
No, not much by Will
Are you
Smith.
sure it puts him in? I thought only the starter, only the number 1 vote getter, and then there was.
No, and then the second guy gets it.
I didn't believe that.
There's only a couple at the end where the manager gets to pick. He has to pick the bullpen arms.
Yeah, but
and
wait a
the
minute, though.
pitchers.
Every team has to be represented, right?
yes, that is true.
So I don't think
so
the
they might
seconds
find
get
a
in.
way.
No, I
Right,
don't
so
think the
it could
seconds
change.
get in
But
necessarily.
I don't know how it works. Maybe they say he was voted in as a.
See, I
whatever.
didn't think it worked that way. I didn't think it worked with the top 6 outfielders. I thought only top 3.
I'm pretty sure it does, but I'll double
Because
check.
every team's got to be represented. It wouldn't be able to work if you did it that way.
But right now, Crossing Broad made the case with Real Muto, Bryce Harper, Alec Boehm will definitely be the
Alec
starter.
Boehm
It's
is
not
there,
even close.
and he deserves it.
Trey Turner because Mookie Betts' injury, and then Brandon Marsh, Nick Castellanos, and then the arms. Suarez will probably be in it. Zach Wheeler will probably be in it. Strahm, Hoffman, Nola might even be in it.
They can't. They're not taking 3 starters.
So you're right, but they make the case that the Phillies could have 9 All-Stars, which ties an all-time record set by the 1958 New York Yankees.
Okay, that's wild. That's wild.
So they are kind of becoming right now as America's baseball team because this is fan voting.
Well, there's nothing better. And I don't know, Connor, did you see it at Outer Banks? Well, Outer Banks a little different,
yeah.
but like you wear your Phillies gear. Like
Oh, buddy.
I know a Phillies hat, a Flyers hat, an Eagles hat. We'll all make, because now I got to wear hats. We'll all make it to Vegas with me this weekend. And you always say, Christina's always like, oh my gosh, the amount of times people will go Birds,
Right,
go Birds.
all day.
Dude.
Go Flyers.
We were driving down the main strip in the Outer Banks, and we were down south. We were by like Cape Hatteras. And we hadn't seen
So you
people
went really
outside
down.
of our house. And on the way home, girl on the side of the road, Phillies jersey,
That's
taking
awesome.
a walk.
What?
Rolled down the window, gave her a go Phils.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
That's
dude,
incredible.
it's everywhere right now.
It is awesome because this team is likable. And it brings us back to that Jalen Hurts thing where I don't understand why Jalen why Jalen Hurts would be a target.
A target from Nick Wright in the national media.
I don't understand it.
And Nick Wright's not alone. I do want to rip Nick Wright because it's asinine for him. For him asking if he's actually a top 15 quarterback is a stupid question to ask. 15, yes, he's a top 15 quarterback for crying out loud.
Where he started it with is we have to, as you laugh.
We have to have this conversation.
I missed that. We have to have this conversation.
I love that.
And then, which is always fun. And then the idea that he goes, is Jalen Hurts even good? Is how he started.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
He got immediate pushback, and then he retreats.
Play it one more time.
To a weaker ass statement that he makes.
Go ahead, Connor.
Which is just incredible.
I do think it's a legitimate conversation of, do we know Jalen Hurts is good? I think that it and by good, yes. Are we certain Jalen Hurts is a top 15 quarterback in the league?
That is such a stupid question to ask. But
and then he retreats quickly. He doesn't even have. He's so unfounded in his opinions. You can tell it's just clickbait bullcrap.
Right.
That he retreats without any. The one guy goes, "Good." What? Good?
Yeah.
And then he retreats. Oh, top 15. Then he's moving the goalpost.
if he said elite, you go.
That's different.
Oh, let's have the conversation. Good. Come on,
Ridiculous.
man.
Come on.
But I'm sure he's not alone in that thought. So what do we have on the text line today, Connor? You can text the show or call in at 610-632-0975.
So we have a check in here. Steve from Conchi says it's the knee-jerk reaction league. He had a poor year passing the ball, then some people overreacting to that. But Steve here, our texter, says, I'm a Dallas fan. Love the player, hate the team he's on. But I think depending on scheme and weapons, you could take QB 3 through 10, just draw him out of the hat. He's in that group.
Okay, see, I love that. I love when you have
that's
a
unfair.
I don't think it's unfair at all to say quarterbacks. Now he says 3 through 10.
Yeah,
Who's 2?
probably Lamar. Lamar's got 2 MVPs.
Lamar Jackson and Jalen. You can't. I'm telling you, though I have a lot of respect for Lamar Jackson. Jalen Hurts has shown out better on the big stages than Lamar has.
Right, but the 2 MVPs, people.
No, I got you, but that's it.
I can't. 2 MVPs.
No, Jalen should have 1.
He should.
But on the biggest stages, I've also seen Jalen Hurts able to perform where Lamar Jackson hasn't.
That's fair.
Is it? Because
Yes, it is fair.
Yeah, it's fair.
no, Lamar has to play Mahomes around earlier. Think
Yeah,
about
but Lamar,
it.
Yeah,
he's
but
not,
when the
he's
Lamar-
not playing Mahomes, he's
He
playing the
didn't-
defense.
And he didn't go toe-to-toe with Lamar. I mean, with the
I got you.
Mahomes
but
and match him score for score.
how different is the narrative if instead of playing San Fran 2 years ago, you're playing the Chiefs and you lose, even if it's a tight game? It's Jalen Hurts can't get you to the Super Bowl.
Well, how did he play? Did he play like Lamar does?
I
Lamar
understand.
consistently comes in under what expectations are in his performance and his personal numbers and things like that.
Right.
Significantly under.
Yes,
That's a different conversation.
and I'm not anti Jalen Hurts.
I
but
got you.
2 out of 3 playoff appearances, Jalen Hurts hasn't exactly looked great.
Wow, I think it's funny when you said Lamar right off the bat. I swear to you, it did not hit my brain that Lamar was the guy you'd be talking about too.
Yeah.
I
think so.
I don't believe. I believe there are the consensus general managers in the NFL. If you had all 32 of them in a room again, I don't believe for a second that Lamar Jackson goes second.
I think part of the issue is
I don't think he goes second
last
at
year
all.
he wins MVP, but the 2 years prior he misses 5 weeks and then 4 weeks to end the season, and
Sure.
they missed the playoffs because of his injury. So maybe that plays into it.
And Jalen should have won in 2022.
Yes, he should have.
He should have been.
All right, so coming up next, we're going to get more text messages because I know there's more text coming in about Jalen Hurts. But John Kincade.
Uh-oh.
Come on, man.
Oh, really? Okay.
Come on, man. You're going to try to gatekeep?
Yes, I am.
Come on, man.
It's all right. We can disagree on this anytime you
We
want.
will, vehemently.
Oh, good. Okay. You're fine.
Because you're doing something that, teenage Andrew did. You're a grown man, John. John Kincaid's trying to gatekeep. We'll talk about it coming up next. More of your text messages on Jalen Hurts. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
NOLA dominates in Detroit. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is...
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Busy time on the show coming up here. So in the next segment, not this segment, but in the next segment, I'm going to tell John about the peace treaty I offered the best show ever while you were away.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear this.
And Tyrone and Ricky agreed on the treaty on one condition. They realized you weren't in. So they said they have to see that whether or not you agree
and I'm willing to
with
go
said
rogue.
treaty. I know you are. And look, as a show, we stand together. So if you go rogue, you go rogue. And I will have your back,
all right,
even though you guys have stabbed me in mine plenty of times. Okay. Keith Pompey will be joining us at 8:10 to talk about all the rumors surrounding the Sixers this offseason. You'll hear some audio from Brian Windhorst about a potential Paul George trade that could happen this weekend, right before we talk to Keith during today's headlines with Connor Thomas. And then David Edelman and Tad Brown, two members of the Sixers ownership group with the Harris Blitzer sports and entertainment team, they'll be coming in studio at 8:30. So we still have a lot in store for you today. But here's what I want to do this segment. I want to get a couple of texts on our Jalen Hurts discussion because we're trying to figure out why he is perceived the way that he is in a negative light from fans, from media members locally and nationally. When Nick Wright asks if he's even a top 15 quarterback, which is a completely ridiculous question to ask.
Dumb.
But there is a sentiment surrounding Jalen Hurts that I think people think less of him because of what happened last year. Nobody wanted to give him credit for what happened 2 years ago because anybody could have played in this offense. And then there was obviously all the questions of him coming out of college. So you could text the show 610-632-0975. And in a couple of minutes, John Kincade is trying to gatekeep. But what do we have on the text line there, Connor?
Yeah, we have a bunch of people that want to check in on this Jalen Hurts conversation. Derek from North Philly says, I don't know why we keep questioning Hurts. There were some dropped catches last year by the wide receivers. The line was suspect at points. We don't make excuses for other quarterbacks like that, but we see that coming with Hurts, and he doesn't get the same benefit.
Yeah, I wonder.
Well, I think that is a sugar-coated view of last year's Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts was not good last year.
Jalen was not to the level of even close of 22.
And I think,
in my mind.
So let's talk about this. It's unfair for him to not get credit for how he played 2 years ago because of the weapons he has around him. And how many people did? Like, remember, Chris Sims was a mortal enemy of Philadelphia, that he was trying to take away everything that Jalen Hurts did because Jalen Hurts balled out 2 years ago. And yes, he probably benefited from having A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert, but he's the one throwing the football. He's the one operating the offense. And the things that he did with his legs in a couple of those games where it looked like the trap spot, the Houston Texans, the Arizona Cardinals, the Indianapolis Colts, he won those games by himself. I think it's unfair to not give him credit for what he did 2 years ago. I think a lot of people maybe are more critical of him last year for not playing well because of those weapons.
I think
he has A.J. Brown. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, I am not a fan of people doing the, well, look what he's got. But I do think that it creates a standard of when you're given all the weapons and you're given all that opportunity, a lot's expected of you.
Right. And so
a lot is expected.
People won't give him credit because, wow, look at those weapons he has. Of course he's going to play well. But if he does not play well, it's how can he not play with all those weapons around?
Yeah, I mean, it is a two-edged sword, but people are just they're looking for something to just not like about Hurts. There's so many things to like about him. So many things. And that's not he's not perfect.
No, he's not
perfect. He certainly
perfect.
has not been. He has not been the perfect franchise quarterback, but he's still very, very young. And I have every belief we're going to see 2022 a closer version of Jalen Hurts to 2022 than 2023 this season.
I completely agree with you. All right, what else do we have on the text line?
Sinclair checks in and says, the reason national people don't view Hurts highly is because of stats and how well he runs with the ball. People still have the antiquated way of thinking that rushing stats don't count towards a QB's overall stats.
Yeah, but Lamar gets a lot of love for it.
As does Josh Allen.
Yeah, so I don't agree with that. I think what a lot of people do, and I was guilty of this last year. Now, look, we all thought Jalen Hurts was hurt. We all expected to see after the season ended, Jalen Hurts had a successful procedure done on his knee or something. But I would watch videos of Jalen Hurts run last year. Remember Austin Eckler 2 seasons ago? That video of him running down the sideline and it looked like he was just a broken down man that couldn't run anymore. And then you see a video of Lamar Jackson last year, and it looks like lightning. It looks like somebody actually edited the video to make him run faster. Like, there was a difference in speed between Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts. So maybe when it comes to the rushing stats, you go, well, that guy might be more impactful than Jalen Hurts. I don't care how impactful it looks. If he's getting the numbers done, he's getting the numbers done. Right? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. Eye test plays for some people. Like,
I don't trust their eyes. Like, I mean, I don't trust anybody's eyes because I don't even trust my own on a lot of stuff. I try to watch the all 22 because I subscribe to that NFL $75 a year where I get to see the all 22 and everything.
Right.
And I swear to you, there's 30% of it that I still don't understand.
But Connor, like, if you rush, like, nobody walks into rushing for 100 yards.
right.
You know what I mean?
No, you're right. But at the same time, it's just 100 yards can feel different. We know this. Let's just take it to running backs. Quarterbacks are kind of weird, but let's just talk about rushing for 100 yards.
Right. If a guy does it on 25 carries, that's only 4 yards a carry. But if a guy does it on 15, that's amazing.
I don't even know the numbers, but we've all seen games where it's like Derrick Henry is unbelievable running through everybody. And then we've all seen games where there's another guy who's like, oh, wow, he has 100? I didn't even realize he was having that good of a day. Like, not all performances are created equal. I also think Jalen Hurts doesn't play the flashiest game.
No, he doesn't.
So that could be part of it.
Except for a couple jukes. The jukes, he has some great highlights.
Yeah.
Breaking guys' ankles. But I get what you're saying. Like, it's not razzle-dazzle Patrick Mahomes, right? And look, we're talking about national media. What are they going to do? We talk about how we have to play the hits here in Philadelphia, and that's Eagles talk. They're going to play the hits. It's the Dallas Cowboys, and it's going to be Patrick Mahomes, and it's going to be top 10 plays.
They love messing with us, though.
They do.
I assure you.
Because they know they're going to get it.
They know that engagement from Philadelphia sports fans is as good as any they're going to get national. Any topic, they're more likely to be trending. They're more likely to get the interaction.
Yeah.
And so they go for it.
Absolutely.
It's their low-hanging fruit.
Can't blame them, but we're going to call them stupid when they're wrong.
Yeah, well,
Damn right
we
we
call
are.
it even.
And they know they know that we're going to call them stupid, and they're going to say thanks for listening. 610-632-0975, the number to text in or call in. All right, Johnny, you texted us something yesterday. And I'm disappointed in you.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'll stand by it 100%.
All right, go ahead.
I absolutely want there to be, from the day that Matvey Mishkov arrives in town, I want there to be an open door policy. I hope everybody who has never been a Flyers fan jumps on board for the experience. I hope that everyone who's been a Flyers fan who has lapsed in their fandom jumps back on board. What I don't have any time for is well, let's see what he plays like. It's been 45 years and I'm not one. Oh, give me a break. And then that same jackass is going to be the guy running to Rally House a year from now when they are actually a playoff team and they actually have a chance to make some noise in the spring and a couple years down the line. I want there to be an open door policy. Everybody jump in. Everybody come back. Dust off you have your Lindros. Do you still have your Lindros sweater?
I probably do. I wore it last year.
Okay,
last
good.
season.
Dust it off, and by the way, get yourself a Mishkov this year, and join the party. But don't say, yeah, I'll wait and see. I absolutely.
It doesn't have to be this year.
I disagree with you.
You know what's funny? I cannot believe this.
Oh no, are you going to agree with me?
I'm with John.
All right, the open door policy I completely agree with, but when are you guys closing the doors?
No, the closing of the doors will be. It's the idea is that the Mishkov era is beginning.
Yeah.
Get on board and you know what I'll even do? I'll even open it till Christmas.
Okay.
Now
New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
Plank. The doors are closed. The doors are closed because if you're not a Flyers fan. You're not a Flyer. If this doesn't get you so excited.
Hold on a second. It should get everybody excited.
Right.
The Phillies were in the World Series how long ago?
2 years ago.
And they were one win away from the World Series again last year?
They were. They were one win away from getting to the World Series, yes.
Aren't you enjoying this season a little bit more because your wife is so into it for the first time?
I am, but the thing is, she did not lapse in fandom, and she was a fan of she was never a fan of another team. So it's different for her. She was never a fan of another baseball team. In fact, she rooted actively against the Braves for whatever reason. And she was not so she did not She did not have a team. It's not like the same as somebody who claims to be, I was a big Flyers fan, and then has abandoned the team for 15 years.
All right, well, the people that were anti-process. Now, I told you, I did this when I was a wee little man, post-process. Oh, now you guys are on board? I love when the Wells Fargo Center's rocking.
Okay.
And the first year of relevancy, this wasn't even when they made the playoffs, the 10 wins in the month of January, people were still trying to poo-poo it because they weren't going to make the playoffs that year.
But the process was different.
The process was completely different.
It absolutely was.
You had a team that was, like, first of all, thought they were smarter than the room.
Well, not because of that.
Well, that was for many people, like myself.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. I could have done what they did.
Yeah, but
You could've.
More the point is the process had pro and anti. I have not heard a single person
That's been
who's a
anti-Flyers.
Flyers fan that's been like, oh, they
Okay.
should not tank.
And
They
that's
should
fair.
not rebuild. Like, not that they tanked, but
Right.
But what about
They sort of did.
What about
That is quasi.
the Phillies before they made their miraculous run to the World Series?
Yes.
When they beat the Cardinals out of
Right.
nowhere. And,
Out of nowhere.
They take the lead late. There were people that said, I don't want them to even make the playoffs.
Well,
Right.
that's stupid.
Yeah, no, I
Okay,
get that.
but people were so beaten up from the September collapses of the Gabe Kapler and Joe Girardi eras that as much as I hated people saying it, it's kind of like the Embiid discussion. I disagree with what everybody says about Embiid, but I don't blame anybody for thinking the way that they think.
Yeah,
so
it just that there's
John, between Eagles football, the Sixers, and their brand new roster, there's going to be people that probably won't be locked in for the Flyers until maybe April, like we saw this year when they were in a playoff situation with a month left before the season ended, and then they fell apart, and then that's when people started watching for the first time.
You've been asking people. Flyer fans have been asking for a guy like Mishkov forever.
Absolutely.
They've got it.
well,
So now show me show me that you meant what you said. You've got the guy.
the question I want to hear you answer is how in is in? Because
Okay,
I agree with
okay.
you, but I want to know what
All right,
level.
Right, like you
we gotta
shouldn't be.
get to.
No, I get you. I think it's a fair question.
it's our man,
Connor, I'll address it.
Our man Jamie, the Philly sports fan. Like, I'm not expecting you to paint your face white and
That'd be a
orange.
scary stadium.
Yeah, like I don't expect you to be doing that. All right, coming up next, John will answer that question, but John's also going to answer another question. Is he on board of the peace treaty with the best show ever? I'll tell him what the terms are coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Summer is here.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. I want to let you know about the deal of the week. Johnny, this is another freaking great one, man. I told Connor
I've heard about this place.
I told Connor about it yesterday. It's a great brewery. I've never been, to be clear, but I've had their beer. The 8 and Sand Beer Company. Right now, if you go to 975thefanatic.com/deals, you'll get a $50 gift card to 8 and Sand Beer Company for just $25. So you get an extra $25. It's located in Woodbury, New Jersey. 8 and Sand Beer Company features 20 taps at their 40-foot bar. A must-stop for all who love breweries and craft beer.
I have heard it is a great spot.
Yes, absolutely great beer.
I'm sure Cooney knows it.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. I mean, Woodbury works out for his area as well. So check that out, 975thefanatic.com/deals. You get an extra $25 when you pay $25 for the deal of the week. All right. So here's what we got coming up. Coming up next at 8:05, today's headlines with Connor Thomas. He hasn't done headlines in a while, so he's got.
I don't know if I still know how to do this.
you got to get back to it. And then Keith Pompey is going to join us at 8:10. And I can't wait to talk to Keith because there's a million rumors. Remember, the Paul George interest was waning. Now it looks like it's back. Now there's talks about potential sign-and trades. There's a rumor yesterday. You weren't in, but I know you were listening, so I don't know if you caught this part. The Sixers have a specific type of player that they want. They want a guy that can shoot high-volume, high-percentage threes.
Well, wouldn't that be fun?
That would be a duh, right? Like that's I'm glad that we finally have that. But Mark Stein, who reported 3 names specifically that kind of takes off the table. Brandon Ingram, DeMar DeRozan, who, if you've listened to me for a second, I've been vehemently against DeMar DeRozan. I love him as a player.
I do not want
Doesn't
DeMar
work with Joel Embiid. Does not work.
Does not work.
That also means Jimmy Butler is off the table.
Yeah, I don't think Jimmy Butler. Do you think it was? You think the chatter on Jimmy Butler was us?
Probably.
Or do you think the chatter was real?
I said the day Pat Riley made those comments,
like shut up,
which
was great.
I said, if you guys remember, he can say that to anybody, or he probably can't say that to many people. I think he can say that to Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler's a different animal. You know what I mean?
He is.
And so I'm glad that he said it because it was necessary, but I think Jimmy Butler can handle it more than other players can.
Okay. I think it's fair.
So we'll talk to Keith coming up at 8:10. But here's what I want to do.
What do we got?
I offered a peace treaty to the best show ever.
Okay.
And I know that they agreed under one condition.
Well, I want to hear can I hear the treaty you offered first?
I will.
And then hear the conditions that they're offering?
Yeah, I sent a scroll to Tyrone.
Okay, you did?
Yeah.
Did you unfurl it?
I wasn't me. I sent a jester. A jester went over and did it. So the peace treaty that was offered, that the best show ever joins our fight in rooting for the failure of J.J. Redick.
Oh, yes.
But not just rooting for the failure of J.J. Redick, John. We also have to dismiss any Sixers fan who quotes, hopes he does well.
Oh, gosh.
Because he played 2 seasons with the Sixers before stabbing them in the back. And remember when he returned as an announcer.
And that stupid standing ovation?
Stupid standing ovation.
Stupid.
So as I said to Tyrone, because I'm a fan of Game of Thrones and now House of the Dragon.
Okay.
Sometimes 2 family houses, need to set aside their differences for the greater good.
Okay.
And in my opinion, a difference of opinion is not as harmful as treason, which is what J.J. Redick committed.
No, I like that.
And a lot of Sixers fans still applaud him because he has tattoos and spikes his hair.
Okay, we're uniting on this then. Completely uniting. He's such a he's such a jerk.
Douche.
He is. He really is.
I don't bleeping care.
I don't care. Guess what? He cares so much. And he is a clickbait monster.
He's part of the problem. He is a media member.
And then he acts like I'm not. I'm above that.
Because he talks down to everybody.
Shush up.
All right.
I think was there any other conditions?
No, that was it.
That's the only condition? I'm all in. Let's bring our brethren on.
Tyrone Johnson's here.
Hey, that's good.
Tyrone?
Yeah, it's good to be together. I'm telling you, we had ratified this while you were out, John. It's good to be back on the same side because I'm already tired of hearing about that fraud J.J. Redick. His dupeness was coming out his pores yesterday.
Yeah, he was sweating Blue Devils.
I love the too. He's got a curse at the press conference.
Multiple times, yeah.
Just like, I got to tell you this, if he's the face of my franchise, which is your coach in the NBA, a lot of them is, that's ridiculous, Ty, and I don't think that it's...
Oh, he's one of the players, John.
Oh, he's such a jerk. He is such a fraudulent jerk.
You know, it's not like they caught him on a hot mic on the sideline because he was heated up after a bad foul call. He had all these pre-rehearsed notes, and he decided to put in the profanity in there because he knew the question was coming. And he goes, oh, I'm going to be edgy. I'm going to show L.A. how Duke I am, how smart I am. Look at my hair. Look at me. Man, you are a loser, J.J. Redick. You didn't do anything in the NFL, in the NBA as far as winning, and now you think you're smarter than everybody. But truth be told, you've always thought that, you fraud.
Oh, he absolutely has.
I love the common ground that we can find on mutual hatred of things.
Now, we have to discuss this,
What
and
do we
I'm
have to
glad that we
discuss?
have you, Tyrone, so maybe the three of us can figure this out.
Okay.
I don't want to totally dismiss a Sixers fan by banning them from the building, but if the Lakers come into the Wells Fargo Center and there's a Sixers fan that's like, JJ, love you, bro.
No, let's make them move.
We can't have that this year.
No, here's the thing about the Sixers. While they have not yet done the necessary winning to justify the process, and we're all united in that front, they do sell out every game. You should be able to revoke that fan's ticket because there are other fans who are dying to go to Sixers games that will be willing. We should be able to set up a J.J. Redick fraud ticket exchange.
I agree.
I
And
like
for
that.
every guy that does that, we get a different fan because the Sixers sold out every game last year. There were a bunch of fans who didn't get to go. Well, this will be a way to create a market for tickets to be available.
See, I think this is a untapped market that Tyrone can now spearhead here in Philadelphia. Like that's fraudulent because that is if you're JJ Redick, he has no ties to this town, and he didn't want
he does not deserve
want any ties.
It's like the Flyers when they give the fourth line winger that played 3 games a video tribute.
I saw the
we don't need this.
I saw the JVR video tribute this year, and I was like, come on, man. Seriously, it was ridiculous to me. And we were down. By the way, we were down 5-0 in the second period.
Yeah, we don't need to do that.
When I saw it.
All right, Tyrone. I'm glad that we can find common ground, and as of today, a peace treaty has been signed to fight the greater good, and the greater good is rooting against J.J. Redick, rooting for him to fail.
Yes.
And also keeping Sixers fans reminded that he stabbed the Sixers in the back and he should not get standing ovations like he did when he stepped forth as an announcer last year.
You're absolutely correct. Let's not forget when that Al Horford debacle happened, J.J. Redick could have still been on that.
Yeah, he
could
just
have.
bounced. He said,
Yes.
I'm out of here.
Yeah,
Because he wanted to live closer to his family in Brooklyn, so he moved to New Orleans.
please.
New Orleans. And for the record, we talk about no ties. Let's not forget that he played multiple seasons here and never lived in Philadelphia area. He would commute from Brooklyn.
Yep.
He looks like somebody that would. If you've ever walked in Brooklyn recently, he looks like 500 guys.
He fits
looks
in
like
perfectly.
500
Yeah.
guys in Brooklyn.
Tyrone,
You're
thanks.
absolutely right.
Tyrone, I'm glad that we can have this peace treaty
There
signed.
we go.
Well,
That's good.
I'll send my lawyers.
There we go.
Appreciate it.
All right, there he is. Tyrone Johnson will be listening at 2 o'clock on the best show ever. Tyrone, of course, joining us on the Comcast Business Hotline. All right, coming up next, we reset the show to start the 8 o'clock hour. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas. You will hear Brian Windhorst during today's headlines. Windy saying a trade could happen this weekend. We'll talk about that with Keith Pompey, who will
Let me
join
control my
us
excitement.
after today's headlines at 8:10. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Big 8 o'clock hour ahead, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Tuesday morning.
Your voice is sounding better than it sounded this morning. By the way, it's gotten a little better.
I think the first words I said was when I saw Connor when we pulled into the parking lot together. Like, that's the first time I spoke. I just kept my mouth shut. I mean, it's not like I'm talking to anybody at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Correct.
So it's kind of nothing new, but yeah, I think I'm just warming up.
You're doing better.
And hopefully it's better tomorrow. I had a coughing fit for like 2 hours last night. So hopefully
people would appreciate that on the long flight to Lithuania.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm trying to get it out of the way now.
Ooh.
I would appreciate that not happening.
Yes.
All right, so coming up around 8:30, we will be joined by David Edelman and Tad Brown, owners of the Sixers, a part of the Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment Group. Can't wait to talk to them about, obviously, the plans of the arena, the latest stuff that's been discussed when it comes to the arena, and the Sixers offseason. It's a big one for us this year for the Sixers to try to get back to being contenders, which with Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey, you should be as long as you're putting the right pieces around the two of them. And we'll speak with Keith Pompey coming up at 8:10 just for that, to see whether or not the Sixers will get some of these pieces, what pieces they might be looking for, what plans of attack. Because Connor and I kind of talked about this yesterday. Not many great free agents. So it's going to be Daryl Morey having to be creative with the trade assets that he has. Now, could it be one big trade where he moves a lot of draft picks for one player or a package of two players? Or is it a bunch of multiple trades?
Correct.
He needs to fill a roster. He has 4 guys. He's Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, Ricky Council, and Paul Reed. That's all he's got. So he has to be very creative with draft picks and with other assets that they can compile. There's been talks about signing a player just to trade him down the road. I mean, there's a lot of avenues that Daryl Morey will be able to go in. So we'll talk to Keith Pompey coming up. Connor, give us a Jalen Hurts text before we get to today's headlines.
All right. A lot of people have been checking in. And Eric checks in from South Philly. He says the national perspective on Jalen Hurts means absolutely nothing to me, and it shouldn't to any football fan in the city. Respect to some of the quarterbacks they would put ahead of Jalen, but to have him at like 8 or 9 or ask if he's top 15 behind guys like Herbert and Dak, how in the world do you make that call?
I think 8 you can legitimately make a case for. 15 is ridiculous.
Right.
15 is, guys that Derek Carr. Like, Derek Carr is probably around
probably
15.
in that neighborhood.
Right, like, that's horrible.
It's just dumb.
Right. So, and look, if I said 8, I hope that's not disrespectful.
I don't think it is either.
It's still top 10. Like, that's still top 8. That's very good.
What did the texter say earlier, Connor? 3 through 10?
Yeah.
You could sort of put a blanket over everybody.
You could just kind of
and I think it would be, I think if you asked every NFL fan to rank, if you did make Lamar Jackson was 2, and I disagree with that. But if you put Lamar Jackson at 2 and you said, now rank us 3 through 10, I think if you had 10 NFL fans do it, you'd probably get 8 different lists.
Yeah, you might. You
absolutely
absolutely might.
I'd say like 6 of those other 8 options would probably be the same guys.
Correct.
Every single time.
And I think Hurts is probably in there.
Right. So I don't think it should be considered disrespectful to say that Jalen Hurts is the 8th best quarterback in the freaking NFL.
Nope.
All right,
it's not disrespectful.
Time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
All right, Connor, welcome back to your spot there.
Thank you. It's like riding a bike, baby. You never forget. And I think our boy Brennan Gunn would like to forget the first thing we're going to play because, unfortunately, the parlay is dead. The chances for the Edmonton Oilers to win the Stanley Cup Final are dead. And we got a wonderful call on the radio side of the way that this game ended that I know John's going to love. So here's what it sounded like down in Florida on the radio, the call of the Panthers winning the Stanley Cup.
10 seconds left. 2-1 Panthers. Dream 30 years in the making is a reality. Whoa! The Florida Panthers have won the Stanley Cup. Lord Stanley is coming home. You always will have a place in South Florida. Oh, my God.
That's horrible,
Bill Lindsay, I blame the engineer. You've got to shut his mic off.
Cut his mic.
An iconic moment was ruined by Bill freaking Lindsay screaming, ah, ah, and he, by the way, he goes on for like another 10 seconds, like screaming like he's in a bad porn movie. It's terrible.
That is what it sounds like.
It was terrible.
Yeah, I mean,
that was funny.
Look,
Man, he's terrible.
You can't step over the play-by-play guy. Like, I love when John Kruk does the, oh my God, like before, like at the swing of the bat. But then John Kruk sits back and lets Tom McCarthy do the rest. And then sometimes Tom McCarthy lets the crowd do the talking, right?
Right.
It's not John Kruk chiming in about, the tater tots from one of the, places in Ashburn Alley while Bryce Harper's rounding the bases.
Tom McCarthy makes the call and gets the hell out of the way.
Yes.
I mean, and that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah. Pretty, but
by the way, Fransky does a marvelous job of that too.
Oh, absolutely.
We have two great baseball announcers that let their color analysts do their thing.
Yeah.
But at that moment, that's not color analysis.
We've got great announcers across the city.
We do.
We just need the championships to go with them.
But yeah, sorry to Brendan Gunn, as the $46,000 payout dream is dead.
Thoughts and prayers. That dollar is never coming back. Nope. All right. We're going to move on to another championship that was won last night. I don't know if you guys saw this in the world of collegiate baseball. Take a listen.
Swing and a miss. And for the first time, Rocky Top reaches the mountaintop of college baseball. They are the World Series champions.
Now, I understand, College World Series is not that huge of a story. My question is, why isn't it? And this isn't it needs to be bigger. I'm just curious as to why college baseball, with a great product and very interesting games when you get to Omaha, does not have the same level of interest as the other, NCAA tournament, the college football playoff. It just doesn't get that pop.
I think here's why. Because the College World Series is it's amazing theater, right? It's amazing theater. But the national championship game will be Georgia and Alabama, right? There's 8 first-round picks playing.
Correct.
There's 8 guys that are going to be on an NFL roster in a couple months.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you have your Paul Skeens of the world, right? But, there's guys that you're not going to see on a Major League roster either at all or for another 4 or 5 years. We talked about this off the air a couple days ago. Stephen Scott, who was the guy from Virginia?
Yeah, Steve Schock.
He was this pitcher that everybody loved because of his personality.
Right.
He didn't even come close to touching Major League Baseball. And I think that's a big part of it.
And plus, people don't even, except for, I think there's 7 programs, I believe the number's 7, that make money in Division I baseball.
Yeah.
There's 7 programs that actually operate at a surplus. It's not something that even on campuses people are really following.
I don't think St. Peter's is making a lot of money from their D1 basketball team, but in the tournament, people are going nuts over them because that's so big.
Yeah, but the tournament has also been...
People watch the top programs in college basketball, though, all year long.
Yeah.
Right. Because of future draft picks. The best player on a Division I baseball team might be a car salesman next week.
Right. No, you're not wrong. I'm just curious why that's the sport that's left. I think it has something to do with
it is.
The minors.
People like following the story along. And a lot of times there's kids that are drafted after their freshman year. They don't want to play another 3 years. Football, you have to play 2 years, right? And basketball, you can be an impact player when you're 18, whereas baseball, you're probably not going to make it till you're 23.
It's a strong point.
And I got to tell you guys are both much more fans of the college game than I am.
I love it.
I hate the aluminum bats.
Yeah, I know.
And I know that it's a financial thing. That's the reason that they do it. I hate it.
Right. And it's been talked about changing for decades now, and I don't think it's ever going to happen.
I can't believe Major League Baseball hasn't stepped in some way to perpetuate the game
that's why you have the minors.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. We have this Brian Windhorst audio before we call Keith.
Yeah, without further ado, here's Windy on what could happen with Paul George and the Sixers.
Well, let's remember that Paul George has 3 options. 1 is to re-sign with the Clippers. 2 is to enter free agency and go somewhere else like Philly or Orlando. 3, he can opt into his contract and get traded by this weekend. That is something that is going to come to a head in the next day or two if he wants to go with that option, because obviously you'd have to negotiate a trade, and then the team wouldn't necessarily need salary cap space. So the Paul George sweepstakes is going to come to a head, at least that aspect of it, faster than those other players who are going to be free agents like Klay Thompson or DeMar DeRozan. So Paul George has a different menu of options, and we're going to see some action in that probably coming up, very quickly after the draft.
So this weekend, the draft is tomorrow.
Yep.
The round one of the NBA draft is tomorrow, and make sure you're listening to our incredible draft coverage. D. Lynam and Tyrone Johnson will be broadcasting live from the 76ers facility in Camden. They'll be on the air starting at 8 o'clock, round-by-round coverage, as well as insight and perspective on what the Sixers strategy will be for the draft and free agency, all here on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. But we could get an answer this weekend about Paul George.
I have a feeling you are going to be in Lithuania texting us. You've already figured out the international texting,
I'll be
right?
scouting for you guys.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, I'm going to try to find a 7'6" center that can play like 3 minutes off the bench for the Sixers. That's why I'm being sent out there.
Oh, the real challenge is to find one whose last name doesn't end in Chunas.
Come on, man. All right, let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. From the Philadelphia Inquirer, Inquirer.com, Keith Pompey joins us. Keith, good morning, man. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. Thanks for having me on, fellas.
Thank you for coming on. It's very busy for you. You've been on top of a million things, and we appreciate all the work that you're doing. It's been a crazy week and a half, right? The interest of Paul George has waned, and then it's back. They don't want to get this player, but now they want to get that player. They want to trade. They want to sign. I mean, Keith, there's a million different options that the Sixers have and a million different ways to do it. What are some of the things you're hearing so far about the Sixers and what they could do in the early stages of this offseason?
You know, it's funny. Like you said, they have a million different options. And you know, so it's a lot of different things. I mean, here's the thing. Like, I know the report came out like they were, like, we all know they were on. And then for a couple of days, they were off, right? And now they're back on. I never really thought that they were off at all. Like, I just felt like, you know, that came out, but I didn't feel like they were off. So I think that, you know, ideally for the 76ers, getting Paul George is still the number one target, right? Now, again, the draft is something to pay attention to because I'm pretty sure that, you know, the Sixers are going over all their options. Like, they're going to have 5 first-round picks available to trade starting tomorrow night. And I'm pretty sure, like, you know, it's one of those things is, are we going to get Paul George, you know, free agency? Is it going to have to be a sign and trade? What other assets are we going to have to get involved with that? So I think, like, that's the number one domino. Then from there, you know, it could be, you know, building the roster. Now, I wouldn't even be surprised if the 76ers drafted someone that, let's just say, if they really wanted to get the Clippers, and it could be a player that another team wanted in order to get the player they want. So, you know, a lot of people are saying, is this a bad thing? But I think it's a good thing when you have so many different options out there. But I do believe that Paul George is going to be the first domino to fall.
Keith, what is the move of all the different options that are out there? What would be a move that you believe would maybe have Boston look up from their morning coffee? Have the Knicks go, oh boy, we don't like that. What would be that move?
You know, that's a great question. I mean, the one move that would have been, but he ain't coming here, it would have been like LeBron.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, that would have been that. And I get it. I know what people are saying. Come on, Pompey, the dude's 39. He's about to be 40. But at the same time, if you look at LeBron as, quote-unquote, a third option, like, you know what I mean? Let's face it. Like, he would basically be replacing Tobias, right? So you look at LeBron and you're saying, wow, I mean, this team can contend. You know, a lot of people don't want to hear this outside of that. But I do think that, you know, Paul George, his ability to play with other teammates, his ability to defend would be the guy that the other teams are like, oh, wow, we may be, you know, they're going to compete with us. And the reason being is because a team like New York, they want Paul George as well, right? So it's kind of, and you got the OG stuff going on. Like, you know, they hope to pick him up, but if they lose him, you lost OG, and then the Sixers got Paul George. I mean, I think that the Knicks are going to be like, dag, we messed up in that trade. And I think that when you look at the way that he can mesh, and we're also talking about a third star. You know, you take Tobias out, you put Paul George in, and I think that makes the 76ers, you know, a much better team. Now, again, I get what the fans are saying. The fans are thinking about 2028, 29, but the Sixers are thinking 2024, 25, 26. So, you know what I mean? They're in a win-now mode. And although these guys are getting older, they're the guys that they need to win right now, because you never know how long this championship window is going to stay open.
It seems like it's the worst kept secret in the world that the Sixers want Paul George, right? But let me ask you this, Keith. If they don't acquire George, there has to be a plan B. LeBron James, let's just say that's off the table, right?
Yeah.
Who are the players that the Sixers would then target? Because there's names like Zach LaVine, Brandon Ingram, DeMar DeRozan, Jimmy Butler, but none of these guys necessarily fit, and there's also injury concerns with other players as well.
Yeah, and that's a great question. I mean, that's the $1,000,000 question, right? Because you got to go for plan one, plan two. The problem with the 76ers right now is that, like you said, Jimmy Butler, that's the name that people are throwing out. But is Pat Riley really going to trade Jimmy Butler to the Sixers unless he gets what he really, really, really wants? You know what I mean? Like, and so it could happen, right? But at the same time, you're figuring, like, you have to, it's not like Jimmy saying, oh, I'm going to be a free agent, I'm coming. You have to acquire him via a trade. So a guy that I think of, and, is he the best fit out there? Probably not. But the guy that I think of the most is probably a Brandon Ingram. And if the Sixers can get him. And the reason being is because it's no secret that New Orleans is trying to shop him, right? Whereas I don't think the Sixers want Zach LaVine. But New Orleans, is trying to shop Brandon Ingram. He's a guy who, you look at him, you look at DeMar DeRozan, they're kind of like similar players, but one guy is 34, 35, the other one is 26. You know what I mean? That he's long, he can do certain things. Now, again, if you're going to the grocery store and you got the same amount of money, that ain't the guy you're going to come out with. But if you got, like, saying, hey, I'm on a budget and this is all I can afford, well, you're going to say, well, this is going to do, right? So I feel like of all the guys you said, I think that even though it's a trade, the path may be easier. Now, again, there might be a team like Cleveland or someone else who might try to step in and may have more to offer. But to me, if you can't get those guys, just by the fact that New Orleans is calling teams, trying to get him traded, and seeing what they can get, you feel like the 76ers may have a good option in regards to bringing him in.
All right, last thing real quick, Keith. The Sixers are also mentioned with a lot of other players that aren't max contract players, like Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. I want to ask you, are these players legitimate pieces that the Sixers could acquire, or are a lot of agents using the Sixers as a ploy because they know of all the cap space that they have?
I mean, I do think that is in both cases, right? Like, I do think that in this particular case that he could be a big option for the 76ers, right? But I do also think that we would be naive not to think that when a team has this much cap space, that teams are willing to go. Think about Detroit. Everybody, I could go to Detroit and help turn that around. Nah, bro, you don't want to go to Detroit, right? But they're saying that. But I do think that the interesting thing with Caldwell-Pope is that you got to think about it. He's represented by Clutch Sports, which is Rich Paul, right? Nick Nurse is represented by Clutch.
Yeah.
And so is Tyrese Maxey, right? So, and Elton Brand has a great relationship with Rich Paul and the people with Clutch. So I feel like when they look at a fit where you can go there and they have their clients, i.e., and then, Maxey, and then you have a coach, I feel like they believe that is a very good, fit for them. But, I do think the fact that, Orlando is interested in him as well, Chicago is interested in him as well, he's going to get paid, and it's going to come down to, who's willing to give him the best deal. So, yeah, at the same time, you are using the Sixers, but at the same time, you do feel like that the Sixers, if they come to play and they give you what you want, it's going to be a pretty good option for you.
Keith, you're the man.
Thanks,
we
Keith.
appreciate all the work, and we'll talk to you again down the road.
All right, thanks for having me, guys, and have a good day.
You as well. There he is, Keith Pompey on the Comcast Business Hotline. All right, coming up next, David Edelman and Tad Brown of your Philadelphia 76ers will be joining us next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatics Sports Update.
Another Bryce bomb. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Groundworks, your expert for baseball.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Hope you have a nice, safe trip into work. I forgot to say it at the start of the hour. You come back and I forget to do things.
I'm glad you said that on the hills of New York the other day.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, yeah. You were busy driving back from Canada.
I'll tell you, it's beautiful.
See, we're doing some work for the Sixers right now. You were scouting in Canada. I'll be in Lithuania next week, so I'm going to scout some of the Euro talent.
That's not bad.
We just haven't told David Edelman and Tad Brown that just yet. What's up, guys? Good morning. We're doing good.
Get those mics.
Yeah, get those mics on there, Connor.
Is it on there, Mikey?
So, yeah,
that microphone on.
we'll be checking out some talent for you in Lithuania. Is that okay? There's some some 7-foot centers out there.
Better you than me.
Yeah.
He's still going to Lithuania to he's going to go. He's going to party and to see family and
Party.
stuff like that.
I got a 2-year-old. I'm not doing much partying. Trust me. I'll be okay though.
I'm betting the over on that one. Somehow that's going to work out.
Yeah, I'll have a few. Don't you worry. All right, so welcome in, guys. I'm love having you guys in. Love talking about everything that's going on with the Sixers, and we'll talk about the team in a little bit. But the arena discussion, I love having it with you guys. I'm so in favor of this. You and I have had conversation. We were at the Sixers Youth Gala, right? Just some of the latest ideas that you guys have had. So tell us what's the latest in terms of planning when it comes to 76th place. I know we're all excited for it. I know there's obviously conversations going on every single day in this city, no matter what side of it you're on. But tell us what some of the latest stuff is going on right now.
Well, it wouldn't be Philly if there weren't conversations, right? We're planning ahead. When you're going to build the world's greatest arena in Philadelphia, it takes a lot of time, energy. We've got dozens and dozens of people working on this. This will be the largest construction project in the history of Philadelphia at $1.5 billion. Josh, David, and I couldn't be more excited to bring it to Philadelphia, working through the final plans, in constant communication with the city and the administration to kind of move things along so we can have this package ready to get it introduced.
And one of the things that's good about it is the fact that, and we've had conversations where we've sat in some of the presentations that you guys have made. I've seen some of the town hall stuff that you guys have done. You understand the debate. You guys understand the potential pushback. And that's one of the things is that every single time someone addresses those issues with you, you guys have answers. Whether somebody agrees with the answer or not, or tries to fight you on it, you guys at least have answers.
Look, I think it's important to have conversation, okay? And so, what I always say is the debate, let's talk about the different components of the debate. Some people talk about Chinatown. For me, why can't this be a win for the Sixers, a win for Chinatown, and a win for Philadelphia as a whole? I don't know why it has to be a zero-sum game. So, we come at it saying, how can this be great for everybody? And it's not us versus them. And so we get up every day thinking about how this can be a great project for all of Philadelphia, including Chinatown.
And it's really also about that's one of the reasons why we started as early as we did, so we can have this dialogue and we can identify the issues that need to be resolved as we get closer to it. So we're
right. You're not building. It's not like it's going to be built tonight. It's going to take some time. I know there's a long-term plan for it, but there's obviously questions that surround it in terms of also just the construction of it. I know a lot of people are worried about the traffic in and out of the games itself. That's not for another 10 years. So let's forget about that for a second. What about the traffic when it comes time to start construction?
So let's talk about that. I don't know a city in the world where there's not construction in progress, okay? Right. And when you look across the street from where the arena is at Jefferson University, they just opened up a $750 million life sciences building. $750 million, okay? Caddy corner from where we are. Was there construction? Yes.
Roads were closed.
Look,
lanes were closed.
What we've been able to figure out is, you try not to close the lanes during the day, and you do nighttime deliveries. There's a process for staging construction in the city of Philadelphia and in urban cities across the country. So, to me, when it's construction and traffic is okay if it's a different project, but because it's your arena, that's no good, right? And so I think for us, we're working through it to say, how can we make sure that we don't impact the daily grind of people getting to and from their jobs, work, school, whatever that is. And there's a coordinated plan. And Tad said it right. I don't know we came out 8+ years in advance to announce this project. Okay. We're not rushing it. We're taking our time. And by the way, if you want to build the best arena in the world, it takes time to plan it. And so for us, coming out early, being organized, listening. But there's a lot of misinformation about traffic and this and that. Things get built in Philadelphia every single day, and I don't hear the same debate.
Tad, one thing I want to know though is, and I think there's probably a lot of people out there like me. I know why the Sixers would want this, and I think that there's a lot of potential benefit to the downtown area and to Sixers fans for a different experience. But does it actually benefit the product? Is there any way because what we all care about is the product we see on the court. What benefits does it have potentially to where the fans say they get this arena, we get this new opportunity, but what does it mean for our team?
Yeah, it does, and I think in this day and age, it's about how are you delivering the product and how are you delivering the experience to not only your customers, but it's about your players, your coaches, and the people, your employees. And there's no doubt, the newer arenas, the newer stadiums, the newer arenas that are being built, they're just better. They're more advanced. You've got better sight lines. You've got better experiential elements. You've got the ability to create team areas that are going to be more useful for your players, your coaches. This is an arms race in every single situation. And you guys know this, we got free agency coming up. We've got all these different things. Guys have a choice, and they want to be in the areas where they know that they're going to be playing and they're going to be treated in a manner that's going to be able to extend their careers and win at the highest levels. It's kind of like going back to the old SEC football days or the college football days where nobody could spend any money on anybody, hypothetically.
Right.
So
right.
It was about building these incredible facilities that will make them the best players possible. It's no different in the professional world right now. Everybody is looking at that, and this arena matters, and the location matters. The actual arena itself, the sight lines, the way it's built, the technology from ground up, it's just a different process now than it's been 20, 30 years ago.
Clemson put in a 3-story building, put in sliding boards.
Yeah.
Instead of staircases.
That's cool.
Did you know you can slide
That's awesome.
like a sliding board down?
Yeah.
It's an arms race.
Yeah, it is an arms race. So I want to ask this because I know a lot of people like all the stadiums in one central location like we have right now. We got the Link down there, Citizens Bank Park, and of course the Wells Fargo Center. So how does it work if there is a new South Philly sports complex that I know is also being talked about, and you guys still potentially going into the city? How does that make it work? How does it work? Sustainability when it comes to all the venues. What do you tell somebody that says, I like it that all the stadiums are together in one spot?
I'm one of them, by the way. So I mean, but I'm not anti the stadium, but I am one of those people who has gotten comfortable with it.
I think Philadelphia is a creature of habit. Okay, town. Like we are used to the same old, same old. And so, here I am trying to introduce, something different when everyone's been doing the same thing for 50 years, has been going to the same place. But, let's remember they weren't always there. Think about where the Phillies used to play, okay? Think about Connie Mack Stadium. Think about Franklin Field. Think about, sports were dispersed throughout Philadelphia, okay? And then you think about the fact that, the Eagles and Phillies used to share a home. And now they don't. They wanted their own home. We just want our own home. And so regarding the Comcast plan down there, build it. I have been really public. Let's put people back to work. Let's bring Philadelphia back. Let's create jobs. Let's create tax revenue. I hope they build it. I've been waiting for 20 years for them to build it. Maybe now's the time. And maybe now it'll happen. I really hope it does. And I say it all the time. And so, but the allure of all of us playing together, we're not all playing at the same time anyway, okay? And you talk about traffic. Let's be honest, okay? John Middleton did a great interview the other day. He said his biggest pain point as the owner of the Phillies is watching out his window an hour and a half after games and the traffic there. I tell everyone, before I was an owner of the Sixers, I left with 2 minutes left because I didn't want to wait for 45 minutes to get out of the parking lot. Okay, and so the difference now, and I'm happy to go into it, we can talk about it later, but the pain point of traffic at the sports complex is far more painful than what people think will happen at 76th Place when we're on top of mass transit. We have 29 parking garages that are in a closer proximity than the distance from the NRG station to the front door of the Wells Fargo Center. Okay.
Do you know though with the mass transit? I live out in Chester County. I don't believe I don't believe a lot of people that live out where I do, far down the main line area in Chester County, are going to take public transportation to night games in Philly. I don't believe that's going to happen, but I do believe it will benefit others. Maybe some of the Jersey crowd coming over and everything. Have they done studies on how much of the fan base will be affected by actually wanting to use public transportation?
Yeah, so a couple of things. Let me say a couple of things. I think, you can't envision it, but you know what? You're going to try it once or twice because Tad and I, for the first season, we're going to include SEPTA passes on your tickets.
Okay.
Okay? And so we want everyone to try it. We're going to create a muscle memory to say, give it a shout. I live in the main line, okay? Right. Before we announced this site, I took the regional rail 25 times to understand what it's like to pop out at Jefferson Station. And instead of it takes me an hour from my house to get to the sports complex
Let's
before a
take
game.
30 on the train?
Okay, 22 minutes.
22.
Okay, from Haverford Station. Okay, and so like, I don't know, you might want your time back. How valuable is your time? Okay, and so like if we can create an experience for you, and by the way, it's on us to help educate, and I still have 7 years to help educate the public in conjunction with SEPTA on how to do this, how this experience will work, how you can, park. No, by the way, think about how many people do it for Eagles games. Okay? There's a huge amount of people that take public transit to Eagles games that don't do it for anything else in the city. All right? And so all this is conditioning, muscle memory, and, a process of saying, like, this is how it's going to work. And that's on us to work with SEPTA and give people a great experience.
And I think also to DA's point, we've also been able to go to school on the other arenas that have opened recently near transit or on top of transit to go through the same thing. They had the same issues, like whether it be in San Francisco or in Seattle or you name it, in Brooklyn when they moved over there. We've got 7 more years to decide exactly how this is going to work, to create the cadence with our season ticket holders who are going to be there. And we feel very confident that we're going to be able to get that done. The other thing is we already know that a good portion of our fan base is coming from Center City or adjacent Center City, coming out to our games, whether they be riding Uber or whether they be driving out. So we already have a base that's there that is going to be able to not have to get into the Ubers. They're going to be able to either walk down the road or take a one stop to get to the transit stop. We feel good based on history and based on what's happened in other markets, very similar to the traffic question. Like, we've been doing our homework globally. So we've been out there in every city you can imagine that's opened up a new downtown arena. And we feel confident, just as they have, that the same issues that were flagged before the arena project began, that didn't come to fruition, that we feel very good about that as well.
Let me also just add, so Tad brought something up about Uber. So part of this is like, if we can cut through the sea of emotion on this and actually like facts matter here and not just like the salesmanship of like one thing project over the other, 45%, I want you to listen to this, 45% of all Ubers to the Wells Fargo Center during the Sixers season last year started in Center City.
Wow.
45%. That's not David Edelman's data. That's
Right.
Uber's data. Okay? That matters. Okay? Like, so when we say like our fans, we know where our fans are and where they are coming from and where they start. And so you think about that experience pregame, postgame, what that does from an economic benefit. We were talking about it before the show. Like
pregame meal, pregame cocktails, post-game cocktail, post-game meal.
Exactly. And then you think about the fact that our games are 7:30, 8 o'clock, which is after the workday. So people who work till 5 o'clock have left the city. For those who aren't already there going to the game for that pregame, who are coming into the city, the traffic has already left. Our traffic for a sport or concert event is less than 8% of the daily volume of all of Center City traffic.
So, do you guys have time to stick around for a little bit
we're
longer?
good. Sure.
We do. We gotta hit a break, but coming up next, I do want to ask you guys, because tailgating is something that always pops up as well, and I want to talk actual Sixers as well, because it's a busy week. Tomorrow's draft night.
Yeah, we're getting something out of Tad before he leaves.
We have a special show tomorrow.
Well, that's going to be quick.
Yeah. We have a special show tomorrow that'll be happening at the Sixers facility, so we'll talk about that as well with Tad Brown and David Edelman, who will be joining us here until the 9 o'clock hour. So we continue the conversation with them your way next, right here. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now,
9:50 on Kincade and Salciunas. We have a few more minutes with David Ehrmann and Tad Brown, who have been very nice to join us today to talk about the arena. We'll get into some Sixers talk as well because the draft is tomorrow night. But I left this with you, at least to put it in your head as we went to commercial break. Talk about tailgating, because I know that's something that a lot of people point out. I do believe, and John has heard me go on this rant, I think everybody at some point in their life has been a hypocrite at some point in their life. I don't see many people tailgating before Sixers games because it's winter.
It's really cold, man.
It's
doing that.
Cold. But I know people have complained about the potential lack of tailgating options.
So let's talk about it, okay? Like, you ever go to a Cubs game?
Yes.
Where does the tailgating happen?
Wrigleyville, man.
In the bars.
In the bars.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
And it's awesome.
Like, listen, I hate the Celtics, okay? But where do they pregame and tailgate? The bars.
Yeah.
Okay. Every urban arena. It's cold out, guys. Who's going to tailgate in the dead of February? I don't understand. Okay. And so, I think that is just a fake argument versus now, by the way, we do need to make sure, and we do believe that this vibrancy that happens pregame and postgame, the restaurants, the bars, that energy is important, but also that's important to our city. So, lifting the city up and bringing people back to life, and we're back downtown. But no one listen, guys. I go to every home Sixers game. Okay, I park in the same parking lot everybody else does. It is cold out there. I just want to get inside.
I remember Ed Rendell's Light the Night back when he was when he took over as mayor, getting the businesses downtown, all the businesses, all the high rises to leave their lights on one night a week, and then all the restaurants and the bars then had specials and things like that to get people back in the streets. Then it became routine. Once people got interested in downtown again and felt good about it, it became routine.
Well, you talked about it before we came on, and talking to people about basketball is a different cadence.
It's totally different.
It's a totally different cadence. Football, baseball, of course, you go out there. It's a much longer event. Like a football game it's an entire afternoon. It's an entire day, and that's the historical cultural advantage of it. Basketball, you're in and out. It's like a presentation. It's like a Broadway play. And you're coming in, you're hitting a dinner, you're downtown, you're going to the bars, you're meeting friends.
Maybe doing a business meeting at a game.
Maybe a business meeting at a game. And then you're in and out in 2.5 hours. So it's the kind of thing, it's just suited much more to the downtown experience.
All right, before we let you go, draft night is tomorrow.
Yeah, Tad, tell us who the draft is.
This must
I wish I knew.
I want you to speak for Daryl. Because this has to be anybody who has ever played Madden, who has played fantasy sports. This is like a dream offseason. You have Joel Embiid and Tyrese. Well, you should have Tyrese Maxey. We all expect it. You have Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey, and yet you also have all the cap space in the world to play. I'm playing armchair GM every single day.
Yeah,
right?
Just listen to him. He is.
It must be kind of fun, also stressful, but kind of fun for Daryl Moore to be like, man, I got how much money in cap space, and I already have 2-star players on my team. It's gonna be a fun offseason.
I've known Daryl for a long time, as you guys know, and he and Elton are working it. There's no question. This is a very big offseason for the Sixers. We got not only a lot of cap space, a lot of expectation, but we've got the best player in the world in Joe, and certainly I know that they're going to have conversations with Tyrese and his camp when those are ready, and we've got a chance to really do something special. We've got Josh Harris, David Blitzer, our ownership team, David Ehrmann, that are really, really driving to get a championship back to Philly and to get us in that competitive championship kind of level. And we're there. We just need to get the right pieces around. So, yes, Daryl is the kind of guy, as everybody knows, he's been here for a little while. He's very aggressive. He is looking for that hit, but so is everybody else. And that's what's you see what happened last night in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Everybody's really good, and everybody really wants to win. We just have an opportunity this year because we've got so much space that they're going to be able to maybe a little bit more flexible. And we'll see how it all plays out. I'm literally, when I tell you I wish I knew, I do wish I knew.
You wish you knew, yeah.
I'll be there tomorrow night. But this is the silly season in the NBA, and it's a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Tomorrow night, round 1 of the NBA draft. Make sure you're listening here on The Fanatic, as D. Lynam and Tyrone Johnson will actually be doing a live special from the Sixers facility in Camden, New Jersey. That starts at 8 o'clock on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Tad, David, thank you so much for coming in today. I know this discussion and debate will not be ending anytime soon.
Well, hopefully, doesn't it have to sort of end soon?
Yeah, I mean, it's the right question. Our expectation is, hopefully by the end of July, the mayor and her administration have what they need to, hopefully come out in public support, and hopefully by the end of the summer, we see this start to get ready to be introduced in the fall council session.
Well, we'll be paying attention to it, and we'd love to talk to you guys again once everything comes down. We appreciate it, you guys. We'll be bugging you on Wednesday when we're at your facility. Thanks for opening your doors to us. All right, the 9 o'clock hour ahead on Kincade and Salciunas. We reset the entire show. Also, John posed an interesting question about anticipated debuts now that we await the start of the Michkov era. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. Kincade and Salciunas on this Tuesday morning. 97.5 The Fanatic. Hope you had a nice, safe trip into work. Enjoy your work day today. Tuesday, worst day of the week. At least tomorrow's Wednesday. All right, coming
Another
up.
thing we all agree on, right?
Yeah, Tuesdays, it sucks.
Not this Tuesday.
Not this
for Johnny
Tuesday.
and I.
We're playing
Be
golf
gone.
this afternoon.
Oh, yeah, enjoy yourselves.
Thanks.
Yeah, I got to take care of business at home. Today's an important day. Today is Mom's coming up, my mom, to watch Cooper, to let Christy and I pack. Because there's no time. Like, I've realized this in fatherhood. You don't have time to do things until they go to bed. And then when they go to bed, you're like, all right, do I really want to pack or do I want to go to bed?
And packing for a trip to Lithuania,
right? Like, I'm not. It's not
far different than packing
to go down the Jersey Shore.
And or like we decided last night we're both going to just carry on a bag.
Yeah,
we are to go to Vegas.
Which I'd much rather do.
We are not going to check a bag after we saw some of the mayhem at the airport this past couple days.
Oh yeah.
So we are just going to carry on.
No, this is like packing. Like
that's hard. Yeah, because you have to pack a lot.
Wipes. Books. Oh, is it going to be too heavy if we put the places you go inside this suitcase, right? Like, this is going to be a little bit more of an extra effort for a week-long European trip with a 2-year-old. So wish me luck today.
Yeah, you're on the morning show now. I thought you'd have the PJ hooked up by now. No?
The PJ hooked?
Private jet. Come on,
jet,
bro. You got to learn about this stuff now, man. Your status.
I must have missed that.
By the way, how did I catch PJ and he didn't?
I thought of PJ Willahans.
He's older than this for a minute, Johnny.
He's older than me.
But I went PJ Willahans. That was the first. I was like, or pajamas.
Hey.
Like, those are my two PJs.
Well,
or PJ
you're
Tucker.
A 90-year-old man.
There's 3 PJs that I would think of before private jet. Tucker, pajamas, and Willahans.
We want to thank Bruce Robbins, who one of our fine listeners, cancer survivor himself, who is having us out to golf today, and B-Gun is taking your place.
Yes, he is.
We're going to have a great time out at D. Lynam's home course.
Oh,
so we're going to see how great D lives life.
Yeah, well,
and she does.
It seems like it.
She lives life well.
You guys enjoy yourselves
Thank you,
today.
Bruce.
Again, thank you to David Ehrmann and Tad Brown, who joined us for the last half hour to talk about the Sixers arena plans moving forward. And how about I do want to just bring this part up real quick. He wants the Flyers to have their facility down in South Philly.
Absolutely.
This isn't a no, don't build it because we're building ours. It's go ahead, build it. We're also building ours.
Right. It's look, and I am not 100% on board with the downtown, but I am leaning that way. That's where I'm leaning, but I'm not 100% convinced that it's the best.
But let's be honest, dude. The traffic thing.
The traffic thing is the traffic is so freaking horrendous at the stadium complex.
It's horrible.
It's horrible, and they've never fixed it. By the way, Mayor Sherelle Parker, who, by the way, Madam Mayor, we would love to have you anytime you want to come in.
Of course.
We'd love to have you come visit us. She actually has spoken on this as far as like it's something that has to be addressed. It's amazing to me that 50 years later, we're still talking about they haven't fixed the traffic problem at the stadium.
It took over 30 minutes. So you guys know where the media parking lot is.
Sure.
Right. Parked there Sunday for the 11:35 game. It took 35 minutes to get on the bridge.
Okay, that's nonsense.
No, I have the easy solution.
Horrible.
I've fixed this already. Kids run the bases every day. Every time they do, the kids run the bases.
that way you can get out quicker. No, it's hard. Like at the Wells Fargo Center, at the Link, at Citizens Bank Park, I've been to sporting events for all 3, and all 3, it's pulling teeth to get out of there.
It's crazy, but look, we were glad we were able to bring you some of that.
Yes.
You get to hear different sides of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I'm still a little bit of a skeptic. Like, a gentleman's giving me grief here, said that I wasn't hospitable to my guests, that I was asking gotcha questions. Does having questions, is it gotcha?
You're asking legitimate questions.
Right. Because I'm not completely just rubber stamping it saying, yeah, I'm totally on board. I didn't think anything was a gotcha question. He's like, boy, when you bring people in, John, don't just have your gotcha questions pre-prepared. I'm leaning towards saying, yeah, I'm all for it. But I'm absolutely going to ask the questions. I'm not here to bootlick.
No,
I'm just not.
You're asking appropriate questions that a lot of people
are asking the same thing.
Questions of. Right,
Correct.
Absolutely. All right, so here's what we've been talking about today. Generic Phillies discussion as they win again yesterday, and I'm just very confused by still fans that give pushback anytime somebody gets excited or somebody thinks that this team's really good. So there's that. Also, a Jalen Hurts discussion. Give me some of the text messages, Connor. We've gotten to a discussion about Jalen Hurts. Play this Nick Wright clip one more time. Nick Wright on Fox Sports. And look, he says something completely stupid and asinine and ridiculous. But we had a question that came off of it. Take a listen to what Nick Wright had to say about Jalen Hurts.
I do think it's a legitimate conversation of, do we know Jalen Hurts is good? I think that it and by good? Yes, but are we certain Jalen Hurts is a top 15 quarterback in the league?
Again, Derek Carr is in that 15 to 20 range. That is just a horrible opinion.
It's a terrible premise.
Yes.
And he immediately backs off his premise in 2 seconds when he gets it out of his mouth. The one co-host says, do we know? Is it legitimate? Do we know that Jalen Hurts is good? The guy goes, we do.
Yeah, we do.
And then he says, it goes a little further, and then he says, good? Because even his co-hosts are like, dude, do you understand football at all? Or are you just trying to get clicks? I mean, it is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it's like...
Well, it's working. He has a pretty nice gig, so it's clearly working.
And if not, he could always be, try to be Jack Sparrow with that haircut at Disney.
Hey, man, easy on the long hair, all right?
It's a bad look.
You're bugging Connor.
But it's good on me, right?
Yeah, on you it looks great.
Thank you.
That's it. You don't look... Seriously, you don't look like that.
No, you don't have...
Haircut came with a free bowl of soup.
You don't have the same, man.
No, it's not.
So it led us to asking this question. What is the perception of Jalen Hurts, and why does it seem so low nationally? We're always going to talk up our players. We're always going to probably overrate our players. But then there's sometimes, we talked about this before the show about Bryce Harper. It almost sounds like he's having a quiet MVP-type season because he's not Shohei Ohtani, so he's not on the map. He's not on TV every single day, even though he should be.
See, I don't think this is quiet at all. Even when I watch other baseball games, like national games and everything, Harper's name always comes up.
Yeah.
From players.
No, Harper's name comes up even on the broadcast. They talk about it. I don't think this is quiet, Bryce Harper.
Okay, but sometimes I do think our athletes do not get as much support as they probably should get or credit. Again, Jalen Hurts did not get credit for what happened 2 years ago, but was the reason why they lost last year. And that's why you have takes like Nick Wright asking if he's even a top 15 quarterback. So what do we have on the text line, Connor?
Yeah, so a check-in here from Anthony, and he says, for me with Jalen, he had a great 2022, not so great 2023. This is the year I become comfortable or not comfortable. He's got all kinds of weapons, and I think all of these factors are what the national media are looking at when they question him, is the variability.
I think that's fairly reasonable. I think that's a fairly reasonable take. Like the idea of, this is I believe he's swinging back, the pendulum swinging back closer to 2022.
Yes, I agree.
I think he's going to be a better passer this year than he was in 2022. I think he's going to have less rushing touchdowns, and that's by design. You went and paid Saquon Barkley. I think this is going to be, I think it's going to be his best year ever. Best year ever.
See, I can't get on board with you for that one because
he was second to Mahomes 2 years ago.
Because I believe I believe this team it's better. I think he didn't have Saquon Barkley.
Offensively, they're better.
Well, that's all that Jalen Hurts is going to be.
Right. I'm just saying, if someone hears you say this team is better.
No, I got you. I think Jalen Hurts. I'm talking about Jalen Hurts.
Right.
I think Jalen Hurts is going to have his best year ever.
And that would be nice to see.
I'm pretty comfortable with that.
I find it unfair, and even the texter brings. Well, he didn't say it, but in response to the national media, the fact that Jalen Hurts doesn't get credit for being the captain of the ship that has a perfect voyage, but he gets ripped for being the captain of the ship that hit the tide. That hit the iceberg.
Because he wasn't the leader of that team. Jason Kelsey was.
I don't care about
Jason Kelsey was. Fletcher Cox was. Brandon Graham was. He wasn't the captain. He wasn't the captain last year.
Right, but he was the quarterback. And so 2 years ago, he's the one making all the throws, but it's, anybody could succeed in this offense. And then last year when he doesn't do well, it's, oh my God, he's the reason why it fell apart. Why can it be one but not the other?
For
a national media perspective.
For those who much is, what is the old line? For those who much is given, much is expected. When you are runner-up for MVP, and you should have won it, by the way, you deserve to win it, Jalen. When you're runner-up 1 year, then the next year they don't expect to see a significant step backwards Last year was a significant step back.
It was, but the 15 is absolutely
That's asinine.
ridiculous.
Look, we came out a couple weeks ago. We had him at 7 or 8, I believe.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this: is it us? Is it the fan base?
What do you mean?
Well, we talk about it with the Phillies. We talk about it with the Sixers. Embiid had to fight tooth and nail to get MVP consideration. Bryce Harper, a quiet MVP season this year. I mean, is there a chance that the national perspective of what Philadelphia is as a sports town affects the want to give credit? I know.
Honestly, I would say that if a player does very well, the way we're perceived of,
right?
People still bring up snowballs with Santa Claus, even though that happened 60 years ago.
I was 2.
You were 2. That happened a long time ago.
Yes.
And John was there throwing them.
Look at the snow.
So here's the deal. If they think so little of us, like the evil Philadelphia fans, then they should vote even more for the athletes if they have a good year.
Well, that's our thought. But everyone's played a sport with somebody who was nasty good at it. But if they're boisterous and they talk themselves up, you're a lot less likely to give that person credit, even if the talent's undeniable.
Fair. I think that's fair.
And I wonder if the national media is like, yeah, that guy's good, but that fan base annoys me. I'm not going to give him as much credit as I would.
Then they should not have a vote.
Well, dude, everybody gets a vote.
I know. There's the guy, I forget his name. He wrote the book on Peyton Manning and Tom Brady, the rivalry. I've had him on the show.
From
New York.
I'll find
Gary Myers?
Gary Myers. He refused to vote for T.O. because T.O. wasn't necessarily nice to him in the past.
Correct.
So that's why...
Any publicly.
Yes, that's why T.O. was not a unanimous first ballot Hall of Famer. Just because there was a guy that was butthurt from lack of answers or something.
We give writers way too much, and to my writer brethren, I give constant compliments to the great writers this town has and other towns have. But we give writers way too much power as far as determining MVPs and coaches of the year and Hall of Fames in baseball and things like that. It is not 1955 anymore. It is not 1975.
Right.
Getting your opinions in sports, getting your coverage in sports, very rarely is about just running and grabbing your copy of the newspaper. Very few do it. And we have an antiquated system where writers have way too much control.
And especially if you're a local writer, you're covering one team. You and I talked, we didn't bring this up on the air. Danny Briere received 1 vote for Executive of the Year in the NHL. It was by somebody who covers the Philadelphia Flyers.
Covers?
And
comments on.
May pay attention to the NHL, but is not in the same rooms, does not have the same access that person might have with Danny Briere and know everything that's going on. And look, the Flyers over-exceeded expectations last year, but there were like 5 other executives that deserved it, and that's why he only received 1 vote.
I love the blogging community, and I've always been a big advocate of people going out there and working their craft and doing something like that. No blogger needs to have a vote for MVP, for Executive of the Year.
Well, it depends on how you...
Coach of the Year. If you're blogging for a major outlet, that's completely different.
I was going to say, if you write for the Ringer, you should probably have.
No,
that's a blog.
No, that's different. But I also don't believe, and I've had this discussion before, I don't believe the Ringer should have 5 votes for stuff either.
I got you.
They could stack the ballot for if they don't
for Boston.
I think we're all in agreement that the system is flawed to a certain extent.
Big time.
However much you want to say it is, that's on each individual. But whether they're right or wrong, I think finding the basis for why they feel this way about Philadelphia athletes, we could say they're wrong, but we're trying to figure out why they are wrong. I think it might just be they don't like us.
Like Michael Wilbon, as you're making this point. Michael Wilbon, and I've interviewed Michael. He's a fantastic guy. I love him a lot. But it's absolutely BS. He hates Philly.
Yes, and he
has articulated it.
Yes.
And it affects
We
his
ruined
opinion.
Ben Simmons' career. Ben Simmons did not. Ruined. I remember him saying, "Get him out of hell."
It affects his opinion. It affects his ability to do his job.
Yeah.
And look, it's not rocket science. It's not splitting the atom. You're not curing cancer, so it doesn't matter that much because he's in the opinion business. But he doesn't even hide it.
No, he doesn't.
Michael doesn't hide it.
He's very open about it.
He can't stand us as a fan base.
Right, and to those people, screw them. Like, I'm not saying Philadelphia change. I'm not saying be like a nicer, softer fan. Like, no, I don't care if that's why they don't like us. But if that's something we need to come to terms with, because we've seen enough athletes go unrecognized or unrecognized compared to their talent in this city, it can't just be we've had a stream of like 6 or 7 generational talents that some reason go by the wayside. I'm starting to think it's just the nature of people don't want to give Philadelphia as much credit as other places.
I don't think that's a bad point.
Yeah,
Connor.
but I think that's horrible.
Well,
it's
it
ridiculous.
sucks.
Put your bias aside.
So let's go win a ring and screw the MVP.
And I guarantee,
I like that.
I
I
guarantee
like
you
that.
a lot of those people have not even been to a Philadelphia sporting event.
Not in the new era.
They just hear the stories.
No, or they think of the vet.
Right.
Like I always say, when I honestly, I feel like I'm going to church when I go to Lincoln Financial Field, compared to going to my years in the.
And
vet.
oh, by the way, the people that do the whole, well, don't wear your jersey there.
It's not the same at the link.
But also, like, it happens anywhere.
Don't taunt opposing
Dude,
fans.
I went
Don't do
to
that.
a Denver Broncos game a few years ago, and I was
You did,
I was
right.
all eagled up. It was with Philly Sports Trips. And no, did I get assaulted? No, I did not. But literally, we're walking to the stadium, and remember that video of the Vikings fans walking to the link on the NFC?
Was it like that?
It was just like it. Just like it, where they're, yo, you guys made this trip just to lose. And they got spanked. The Eagles destroyed them. But,
Right.
like, it's the same thing anywhere.
People are very sensitive.
They are.
Like, very sensitive.
Give us one more text there, Connor.
All right, we'll check in on some more Jalen Hurts stuff. And I think this is a really interesting perspective on this one from Maurice from North Philly. It says, Hurts played terrible because of them BS plays and play calling. Same how Josh Allen was playing terrible until they changed the offensive coordinator. Did you guys get that from? I'm trying to remember the Josh Allen narrative from
Josh
this past
Allen,
season.
things did change when they
As soon as they made the change.
coordinator.
And then I remember a
But-
lot of people going, why can't we do this with Brian Johnson when it's worked
Right.
here in Buffalo?
So do you think the perspective comes out of last year? And if so, do you think it's generated by the coaching deficiencies?
But here's the thing, like Josh Allen, and again, you mentioned it, he left the field with the lead twice, and Patrick
Right.
Mahomes just beat him. Josh Allen, it's now been like 4 or 5 years where he's lost. Jalen Hurts literally went to the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
And I
don't think anyone could have a perception yet because of just one season.
No. You can't. And it's not. And I would think differently about it, Andrew, if people were like anointing Jalen Hurts. I've heard nobody, even in this fan base, anointing him
No.
as a great, anointing him as elite. So if the Philly fan base was out there saying, our guy's elite, our guy's top of the, that's different. I would understand some of the pushback from around the country, but it's ridiculous. There's been none of that here. In fact, it's been. I think that it's either hypercritical or it's hyper pom poms, like the coverage of Jalen Hurts.
But it is if you even it all out, it's a relatively balanced approach.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
I think
is.
it's balanced.
It is.
Yeah.
It's fair.
And that's why you said there's no middle ground.
No, there's no. In this town, I've seen no middle ground with Jalen Hurts.
No, but it's balanced in terms of one side or the other.
There's nobody's in the gray area.
Right.
Back and forth.
All right, coming up next, third time's the charm. Very excited about this. So the NBA draft is tomorrow, so it's an excuse to talk Sixers. But in terms of career status, we are going to be joined by Kate Scott, who it was just announced last week will be one of the new voices on Madden. And that's got to be one of the coolest honors for somebody that does what Kate Scott does. So we'll talk to her about that coming your way next. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Tuesday morning right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. I want to do this anticipated debuts tomorrow because that's something that we can talk about. We had David and Tad stayed in for an extended period of time today, which we appreciate, and we absolutely loved having them in today. So tomorrow, it's the beauty of the summer.
It is the beauty of
evergreen topics, Johnny.
It is a good one, too.
Keep on coming up with them.
And it's not going to change much by tomorrow, so we're fine.
No, yeah, so we'll get into that coming up tomorrow because we're about to be joined by a very special guest. But first, I want to let you know about FanFest.
Okay.
Saturday, September 28th, Xfinity Live.
She'd be invited.
She will be. It's presented by FanDuel Sportsbook, all the Fanatic hosts, celebrity guests, Philly sports legends. Celebrity guest, that's Kate Scott. Biggest part of the year for Philadelphia sports fans. Go to 975thefanatic.com for details, including info for our online ticket raids, which we will be starting up very soon. Now, here's the deal. She is invited. I don't know if she'll be able to come because Kate Scott, she's doing a soccer game one night. She's doing a basketball game the next night.
She's counting her money the other night. Seriously.
Well, she's got that Madden bag. Let's go to Comcast Business Hotline. One of our favorite people that works in this city. You hear her doing the Sixers games on NBC Sports Philadelphia. But there will also be another way you can hear her again soon, and we're going to talk about it with her right now. Kate Scott joins us. Kate, good morning. How you doing?
Where's that bag, guys? John, find me that bag.
Oh, yours
I haven't located it quite yet, but it sounds enticing.
It's like Gucci, Louis Vuitton, all rolled into one.
At least you got a bag. I have to pay for mine at my local ShopRite, man. That's the only bag that I get is here. Take my money. Kate, congratulations. When I saw it last week, I was so happy for you. Would love for you to tell the people the incredible honor for what you do for a living that it is to be a part of a Madden football game.
Oh, man. Well, first of all, thank you. You were one of many people who texted me when the news finally came out 2 years in the making last week, Andrew. So thank you for that. And yeah, man, I mean, for anybody who grew up playing video games, like I'm old enough that I remember playing the first iterations of Madden all those years ago that shockingly / not shockingly looked absolutely nothing like the game these days. It is, the graphics are just insane, every aspect of the game. But it is an incredible honor. Madden is the highest selling sports video game in the United States. It's one of the most popular, obviously, in the world. And kind of similar to the things I said about getting the Sixers job 3 years ago, when my agent said, hey, Madden is looking for some new voices. They want something fresh and different. And I kind of looked at my agent and I said, okay, yeah, but they're not going to hire a chick to be in Madden, right? And they said, well, we just don't know. So why don't you go through the audition process and see? And this was 2 years ago, you guys, because it takes forever to record all the audio you need to put a video game like this together. So 2 summers ago, went through the audition process, auditioned at the end with Brock Heward because they were trying to find pairs because obviously it's a broadcasting crew just like All and me. Brandon and Charles have been the voices of Madden for all of you who play. I'm sure you know this for a number of years. And that was one of the critiques, that they wanted new voices. So Mike Tirico and Greg Olson, obviously top of the top when it comes to the NFL. They're one of the options. Brandon and Charles are going to remain one of the options. And Brock Heward and myself are one of the options as well. And for all you haters listening, don't worry. You can still buy the game. You never have to hear my voice if you don't want to. But for those of you who are intrigued and interested, there's going to be a drop-down menu where you get to choose your own announcer adventure. And Brock and I are one of the options, which is pretty darn cool.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about this offseason as one of the voices of the Sixers? The anticipation that you feel and maybe anxiety that you could feel about what Daryl Morey's going to be able to put together.
Yeah, well, I was listening earlier. I know you guys already had Tad and Dave on, so it's nice that you're just kind of cruising downhill to the end of this show. You're starting with the big players. I appreciated that. But yeah, I think it's all of those things. Excitement, anticipation, What's going to happen tomorrow night? Are they going to use the pick? Are they going to draft? Are they going to use it for trading capital and draft capital like they did a couple of years ago? I'm extremely intrigued because it's not often, as I know you guys have been talking about, I've been listening, it's not often that a team with one of the best players in the world in Joel Embiid, one of the up-and-coming superstars of the league in Tyrese Maxey, that team then has all the money and all the options to kind of mold this franchise for the next handful of years in whatever shape they want that to be. It's really exciting. But also because of that, it's full of anxiety because you guys know this chance doesn't come around often. So I have all the faith in Daryl and Elton and everybody in the front office, and I'm just as excited as you all are to see what they do tomorrow night and then moving forward. But it's also kind of terrifying because this is the one big shot. But right.
Does it feel that way that this is kind of the last-ditch effort? Now, a last-ditch effort doesn't mean the 2024-25 season, but whoever you sign to that max contract, the free agents that you sign to 2, 3, 4, maybe 5-year deals, I mean, we don't know the timeline of Joel Embiid, but it doesn't seem like it will be going on past 5 years from now.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the big opportunity, right? I don't think it's the last opportunity because with what the NBA has shown us the past handful of years, man, things can change so quickly. I feel like in this league faster than any other league right now. So I don't think it's the last one, but I think yeah, it's a massive opportunity. You know, Joe's going to be. I'm really intrigued to see how Joe comes back this training camp after spending some time with so many champions in Paris, because I've heard from so many different players in the past who play all different sports, but especially the ones where there's professional leagues like basketball, when they come back after getting to spend time with a Stephen Curry, with a LeBron James, with the guys from the Celtics, whoever's going there, but with so many guys who have been to the mountaintop and maybe been there a number of times, getting to be coached by Steve Kerr. They have come back and said, I thought I knew what it took, but wow. Now I really understand what my team, what my city needs from me in order to get us there. So that's one of the things I'm actually most excited about because I think we've all seen a maturity in Joe the past handful of years. I know that he's changed dramatically from when he first got here to where he is now. So I'm hoping that this summer and the Olympics will help him take that next step into what this team and city needs him to be, and then hopefully with whatever pieces are re-signed and picked up this offseason, that can all together help this franchise take the next step that we all desperately want them to make.
The window of opportunity with Joel Embiid, that to do this offseason plan, do you think that affects the plan? Is this a big window? Is it a wide open window? Is it a window that you're looking at next 2 or 3 years? This has to be cashed in. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that's the way you should think, John, even if that's not necessarily the case. But I think that we all know absolutely anything can happen.
Right. Sure.
In sports, and I think we're so lucky that we have Joe right now, but anything can happen. He is a 7'2", almost 300-pound human who, for whatever reason, has been struck down by the injury gods many times. I mean, I know you guys have talked about this ad nauseum at this point. He was running away with the MVP award in January this season. And then crazy thing happens, guy falls on his leg, and we miss him for two plus months, you know? So I think you always have to go for it because you just don't know. We think we're going to have Tyrese for maybe another 15 years, right? That's what I think a lot of Sixers fans are hoping, but you just don't know. So I know from the time that I've spent with the guys who you had on earlier, with Daryl, with Elton, that now is always the time to go for it because you just don't know what's coming in the future.
Now, last thing before we let you go, I just want to go back to this Madden thing for a second because it's amazing. Like I'm so happy for you. Like it's so cool. Like you do play-by-play for a living. Like not that you strive to try to be the voice of Madden, but like that's got to be a pretty cool honor. So I've been following along Reese Davis, as he's been doing stuff for college football, the college football game.
Yeah.
Now, he's allowed to be public about it. Right, you've had to keep this quiet, and I think it's been really cool. He's shown us like he's been drinking tea in between it takes. He gets ready for a football game, but then the next morning, instead of resting, he's recording. Temple football versus Lehigh. Right, like he's got to do so many schools. Now you don't have to do as many schools, but how many hours a day did you have to put into this? How many names did you have to read? How many different iterations of the names, and how hard was it for you to keep this quiet?
We're still going, man. We're still going. I had a 3-hour session yesterday. I've got another 3-hour session from 2 to 5 today. We are cramming everything we can. I think we've got like a week and a half left before we have to stop so that the audio division can master everything and make sure everything sounds great before the discs ship in August. But yeah, it's been the same for me. And I joked in the little article that came out in the Philly Inquirer last week that so many times throughout the past couple of years, because we started recording in December of 2022. And as you mentioned, there was an NDA. Everything has been embargoed. That's why I haven't been able to share videos of myself recording or pictures or anything yet until the discs ship in August. But over 150 hours I've now spent in this little phone booth that they thankfully flew out to Philly and built me in my basement, because a lot of times over the last couple of years, Sixers game on a Monday night, Tuesday from 2 to 5 in the afternoon, I'm in the booth. Sixers game on Wednesday, coming back 2 to 5 the next day, in the booth. And it has been tedious and meticulous because, as you mentioned, you have to record every single player, and then you have to record all the fall-throughs. And then in addition to everything you typically say calling a football game, you guys know, it's a video game.
Right.
So anything can happen. A player can throw 8 interceptions in the first quarter. Somebody can go for 16 times in a game. Yesterday, I recorded a line. We've just set a new NFL record, Brock. Our 17th punt today.
Oh, my God.
So you have to record, and that's one of the things they wanted to do this time around, because one of the critiques on the audio in the past has been, gosh, we're so tired of hearing that same line fire again and again and again. But it takes so much time to record all of the options that then get you out of that phase. And we've done that. I mean, I recorded 1,300 lines in one session last week, and we were all cracking up because we're always trying to beat records. And a lot of times, Brock and I aren't recording together, but hopefully in the game, it will sound like we are, because I'm just referencing him in what I'm saying, right? Man, Brock, that was a great run by Barkley. What do you think they're going to come up with on second down now? And then I just lay out, and they will stitch his line together with mine. So it has been an incredibly challenging process, but I know that it has made me a better broadcaster overall, because we don't record with sound. We don't record with the music and the sound effects and everything that's going to be layered on top of that during the game. And also as a play-by-play announcer, you guys know, and then I'll get out of town, my job is to call what I see. When we're in these recording sessions, we are seeing nothing but a script. So it's truly voice acting. It's play-by-play, but it's also voice acting, because my voice is obviously going to sound different for Eagles. Eagles get a first down, second quarter, week 3. Okay, it's going to sound different calling that first down versus Eagles are in the Super Bowl, fourth quarter, tie game. This first down is going to help them get into the red zone and potentially help them win the Super Bowl. You know, that's going to be a different sort of tone and pacing and excitement and energy to the voice. So it has been a real learning process, and I know without a doubt I'm a better broadcaster for it, and hoping to continue working with Madden and EA for a number of years to come.
Well, that's amazing, Kate. I was so happy when I saw that news. That's why I shot you the text right away. Thank you for coming on. We appreciate it. Enjoy your little broadcast booth for the next couple of weeks ahead.
Yep. My little closet. Back in the closet we go. Thank you, guys. Thanks for your patience. Tunis, have a great day.
You're the best.
Thanks, Kate.
Of course. Have a great rest of your day. All right, there she is. There's Kate Scott on the Comcast Business Hotline. Think about everything that goes into, and she said there's no video. Like, you can't, imagine doing a dry run for an 80-yard touchdown without seeing it.
I sat in with Shaq doing his ways, because you can get Shaq to do your ways.
Yeah.
I would have gone mad.
Turn left
now, stupid. Things like that.
That's amazing.
All these different things.
Unbelievable. All right, coming up next, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3, followed by our crossover with Bob Cooney. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Batalico.
When Nick Cat.
Kincade and Salciunas. Bob Cooney will be joining us in a few minutes for our crossover, but it's time now for the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Let's talk about the Philadelphia Phillies, who just once again go out there and make an inferior opponent look like it. They go out there, they start their series with the Detroit Tigers yesterday, and they put up an 8-run game, 4-spot in the first inning. Bryce Harper with the big 2-run double. Alec Boehm goes yard for his 9th home run of the season. And you're starting to see more and more. And we noticed this the first day Trey Turner came back. When Trey Turner came back, it made the lineup look better just in a heartbeat.
Just his arrival.
Yeah, just his arrival. Like, without even seeing them play, you saw where some of the other guys fell in line when it came to the lineup. Nick Castellanos wasn't batting second anymore, and we've seen him play so much better since being moved down to the order. I know it was only 1 for 4 yesterday, but we saw that
he looks a lot better.
He looks so much better. His at-bats look better. He doesn't seem to be pulling off every single swing. The helmet's not flying off. He's still chasing at some bad pitches, but that's kind of who he is. But you're starting to see this lineup really come together, and you're still doing this without JT Realmuto. Like, at one point, Realmuto is going to come back. So I'm going to remind you of something that I said 2-3 weeks ago now, that we should not critique or criticize this Phillies team up until 2 weeks left until the trade deadline.
Well, unless you're psychic and you know what's going to happen for the next 4 or 5 weeks, I don't know how you make statements like that. I think it's absolutely absurd. The only thing that I would say, you've said it's absolutely absurd. But what I would say is this, is that if you consume baseball like football, you're a fool.
And that's what a lot of people
and that's what a lot of people will do. But there are things that are still deficiencies with this Phillies team. There are still things that they need to fix. There are still things that are roster-wise critique-worthy. But the overall performance of the team, I got to tell you, this is borderline amazing.
So is Jalen Hurts thriving because of the situation that he's in, or is Jalen Hurts thriving because he is the quarterback that he is?
Now, that's the question you ask, and I think it's a really, really good one, because I could give you any one of a number of quarterbacks in the NFL, and I could maybe name 8 of them at least that could, if they had what the Eagles had, the Eagles would have had similar success. But I've also seen Jalen Hurts on the biggest stage in that Super Bowl go toe-to-toe with Patrick Mahomes, and I think he was actually the better quarterback that day, but he had the unforced error that Mahomes didn't have.
From the Philadelphia Inquirer, Inquirer.com, Keith Pompey joins us. Keith, good morning, man. How you doing?
Here's the thing. I know the report came out. We all know they were on. And then for a couple of days, they were off, right? And now they're back on. I never really thought that they were off at all. I just felt that came out, but I didn't feel like they were off. So I think that, ideally for the 76ers, getting Paul George is still the number 1 target.
Matt Babichkov.
Well, until his feet are on American soil, I will still wonder if this is...
And that's totally fair. But I want you to have the floor. Tell us who he is, how good he can be, and what's next for the Flyers.
He is, fact, the best prospect coming out of Russia since Alexander Ovechkin. That's pretty good. I think that's high praise.
I think there are non-hockey fans who know who Ovechkin is.
Fact, he is the most talented player that the Philadelphia Flyers will present to you in a Flyers sweater since Eric Lindros coming out. As far as a rookie player coming out, you have not seen anything like it since Lindros.
David Edelman and Tad Brown. What's up, guys? Good morning.
When you're going to build the world's greatest arena in Philadelphia, it takes a lot of time, energy. We've got dozens and dozens of people working on this. This will be the largest construction project in the history of Philadelphia at $1.5 billion. Josh, David, and I couldn't be more excited to bring it to Philadelphia.
Sometimes I do think our athletes do not get as much support as they probably should get, or credit. Again, Jalen Hurts did not get credit for what happened 2 years ago, but was the reason why they lost last year. And that's why you have takes like Nick Wright asking if he's even a top 15 quarterback.
Look, I believe he's swinging back, the pendulum swinging back closer to 2022.
Yes, I agree.
I think he's going to be a better passer this year than he was in 2022. I think he's going to have less rushing touchdowns, and that's by design. You went and paid Saquon Barkley. I think it's going to be his best year ever. Best year ever. There are things that Rob Thompson does that drive me crazy, things he does that are just exceptional. He creates such a positive work environment that I believe they aren't biting their nails when they have that 2 and 4 week. They just shrug it off and get on to the next thing and say, we'll get right back on the horse.
All right, that's the Key 3. And now we're joined by Bob Cooney.
What's up, boys?
Bob, you're our 6th guest today.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, do you guys do any work, or you just have other people talk for you? My God.
It's very good.
We had today's headlines. We got with Connor Thomas.
Hey.
Right, we had Keith. We had David.
Are you sure you're not in Lithuania right now, or what's the deal?
I'm counting down. Don't you worry.
My God, and you international travelers, you.
I confirmed it. They do have, because of the Euro Cup, the big park.
Oh, cool.
They will have it. So I'll be taking Coop. I'll just not pay attention to him, and I'll watch soccer and drink beer.
You'll pay attention. Yeah,
I'll pay attention to him.
Put him on a leash
I
or
don't need him
something.
getting lost in Lithuania.
No, that's no fun.
Bobby, what do we got on the program today?
A lot of good stuff. You know, I was driving in today, and one of my friends, my age, all-state baseball player for 2 years in high school, knows baseball in and out. He had a statement about someone on this Phillies team that kind of made me stop in my tracks. So I'm going to talk about that right off the bat. Yeah, and it's in a good way. It's in a really, really good way. Yeah, so we got that. Of course, Sixers talk. I looked something up in the NBA that I was telling you guys about, and it has to do with NBA champions over the last 10 years. I think there's a common denominator there, and it's something that the Sixers might be trying to get. We'll take a look deeper into that. So I got a lot of thoughts and stuff like that. Amy's going to join us all day long, Amy Fadul. So Tom Alvord producing. We're going to have a fun day today. I got a lot of interesting things to make you scratch your head and think.
Well,
I don't have a lot of guests because, there's not many on the table.
It's because we took them all,
and then when I do get one, I get yelled at for it. So, what are we going to do? Yeah,
who's that? Bob, have you ever cared that even someone yells at you? Seriously?
Not really, no.
It never really sticks.
No, I don't know.
Well, all I know is
my
that
dad one time yelled at me that I got. One time.
We didn't yell at you.
No, and if you did, I don't care.
He wouldn't give a flip.
No,
I gave you a
not
big
much,
hug today when I saw you.
Yeah, you did, and now I'm starting to feel a little sick.
No,
so
that's the reason why I did give you the hug, because I feel great.
I stayed away from him still.
I know.
Good job by you
We'll be
guys
listening,
today,
Bobby.
though, with all your guests. Good questions.
Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partner, David Auto Group, and make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it today at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives.
I had to ease John back in. He's been out since last Wednesday.
Yeah, and in for 2 more days.
And he's golfing today, so I had to make sure he has his energy. That's why we did all the guests today. All right, everybody have a great rest of your day. Midday show with Bob and Amy.